Morning, Tampa City Council. I call this meeting to order. Mr. Shelby. Can we have a roll call vote, please? Or attendance vote.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Hurtak. Here. Vieira.
Here.
Carlson. Here. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Okay, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I'm Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. At this time, I would like to read the rules of decorum for today's meeting. And this applies to public comment, both at the initial general public comment on the agenda or during the public hearings today. Members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at the beginning of today's meeting to address any item on the agenda before the City Council takes official action on an item. A 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comment. Now, if you're here to speak on general public comment, the time to do that is at the beginning of the meeting, and if you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card and place it in the box that's outside the chambers. 1 card per speaker. And cards will be accepted until the start of general public comment. Each person submitting a card will be recognized by name to approach and speak. A 3-minute time limit applies. Please print legibly because names that cannot be read will not be called. Now, if you're here to speak at a public hearing, which is designated as a public hearing on the agenda, you will have that time to speak when that item is called up during the public hearing. And to speak at a public hearing, please use the sign-in sheet that's on the podium outside instead. And if you would need assistance, please see city staff. Speakers and members of the public are also reminded that they are to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, or displaying signs or graphics. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the City Council from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with the council rules may also be ruled out of order by the chair, and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from the chambers for the remainder of today's meeting. Finally, a reminder that public comment is taken for items on the consent agenda and for items under staff reports. No comments are allowed during staff reports. The time to speak about those items is going to be during general public comment. And City Council should refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment, and the members of the public should be aware that City Council does not take your questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. I would call this chamber to order and note that disruptive behavior won't be tolerated. Sir, the gentleman standing against the wall, it will give you an opportunity if you would like to step outside, reverse your shirt, and then re-enter the chamber. We'd be welcome to do that, and you have that opportunity now. Okay. I'll take that non-action as a no. I rule you out of order and would like you to remove yourself from council chambers, please. Sir, please remove yourself from council chambers. Okay, right now I'd like to call a 5-minute recess for chambers. I would like the clerk, the attorney, and city council to please remove yourself from chambers. We have, wait for city, TCC TV. I call this meeting of City Council back to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak. Here. Vieira.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Very good. In the interest of full disclosure, I would like the police, what just happened to have the police officer give us a little report of the outcome of that. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Officer Ferdinand Barbosa, Tampa Police Department. At your order, the gentleman that did not want to leave chambers was asked to leave. He refused. He was not arrested. He was handcuffed. He was escorted out of chambers, escorted downstairs to the first floor, escorted out the exit, and was advised that he was ruled out of order and was not welcomed in council chambers today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your assistance. And thank you all for your patience again. Okay, so we are going to pick back up. Yeah. We are going to start with an invocation. Louis Vieira, I believe you have the invocation this month. Would you like to introduce your?
I will, Mr. Chairman. I would like to welcome our friend Steve Michelini, the man in the red tie, who will provide today's invocation and recognize our dear colleague, Mary Bryan. Today is Mary's last meeting in Tampa City Council after 63 years of service to the city of Tampa. That is appropriate. And on my right. And Steve is here with his wonderful daughter, Francesca. Tomorrow will be Mary's last day. We wish Mary continued health and success and happiness in her forthcoming retirement. So if y'all would please stand for this invocation, and there will be some words in a presentation afterwards, and remain standing for the pledge.
Good morning. No greater love can anyone have than to be or be called a friend. What greater gift to your fellow man than to be called a humanitarian? What greater gift can you give to provide hope and assistance when you thought there was none? What greater love can you have than dedicating your life to helping others? What greater love can you have than to provide 63 years, all of your adult life, for you and your community and the betterment of the Tampa? All these characteristics and more are godly ways: caring, sympathetic, energetic, determined, and one of the most effective problem solvers ever. It is a God-given gift that when individuals like this move among us, they are blessed. Giving more, taking less than what you have given every time, every day, under happy and also challenging conditions. Day in and day out, week in and week out, year in and year out, for 63 years. Character cannot be taught, it's innate. Natured and honed through trial and through trial and travesty. By life, its challenges, successes, and failures indeed, you learn more from failure than you do from success. We all share both, and we all make a difference. Mary has made a difference in thousands of lives. Do more for your community than it asks of you. Give more, take less. Look to the future and make it better than the past. Don't be afraid of failure. Success is built upon it. Be grateful for what you have, so many others have less. Never forget that you can and do make a difference. Maintaining faith and courage, they are fundamental elements that will sustain you. Look for the best in others, and you will find it in yourself. Strive for excellence, instill hope, empower the right, vanquish the wrong. Love, care, and nurture your family as it is the foundation of your generation and for all future generations. Give thanks to God for every day for what you have. Pray frequently, live honestly. Help every stranger, face every challenge, live well, find solutions to issues and events. Cast of thousands applaud you. May the good Lord protect you and the first responders, elected officials, and all those gathered here today. Godspeed, Mary, as we close one chapter and open another. We present this to you with love, nothing but love. Amen.
Yeah, Ms. Bryan, would you go to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
When she's finished, hand it to her.
You gotta get in front of the podium. You gotta see you on
Here.
camera. There you go.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to its republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mary, we have a little something else for you.
So, at the request of Kathy Castor, this flag was flown at the United States Capitol for you in your honor. And we have a certificate here stating that the flag was flown in recognition for the 63 years of honorable service to the Tampa community by Mary Bryan.
So one final note, there's been a permanent record created in the Congressional Record in recognition of Mary. And I know she's familiar with the Federal Register and the Congressional Record because we used to look at it every day for grants for the city. But there is a permanent record that's established now in the Congressional Record in her name.
I worked with Steve for a few, I was going to say a few hundred years, but, he was really good at his job. He really brought in a lot of money. You might put him to work again to get, since our budget needs help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. I didn't say anything, but I've only served with you for a couple of years, and it has been a pleasure. You've been a wonderful friend and a great confidant, a person to come to for a font of information, and you're going to be missed terribly. But I'm going to be jealous of you sitting in Spain. Very good, thank you. Okay, council, we would like.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cross.
And we're having an event tomorrow for Mary, so we'll all say more then. But I just want to acknowledge also, we had a police officer who was shot yesterday. We had a police officer who was shot yesterday, and just want to, I think we all should think about the officer and pray for the officer's family, and also the PBA, and I think most of us have reposted like a GoFundMe link for the family as well.
Yes.
So just want to know.
And if you want additional information, please contact anyone on City Council. They'll give you that link. I did donate yesterday as well. Okay, I'd like to hear a motion to adopt the minutes from the regular session held on June 17th, 2025, and the evening session held on July 24th, 2025. I heard a motion from Councilman Vieira, and a second was from? I'm sorry, Councilman Vieira, and a second from? Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Okay, we need to do a little agenda review. So we do have We do have an addendum. We had received a motion from Councilman Hurtek, pulling a couple of items. Councilman Hurtek.
Yes, I want to pull items 32 and 51 for discussion. Staff is aware.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Hurtek to pull items 32 and 51 for discussion. A second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Let's move on to staff reports for written staff reports. Item 68 was a missed notice and will not be heard. However, I need a motion to receive and file documents associated with
We
it.
actually can't do that until 10:30.
Can we just receive and file the documents now? It's missed notice. Yeah. So we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco to receive and file. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. 69, it's administrative update. We do have administrative update from Susan Johnson-Velez, and it's about Senate Bill 180. Mr. Bennett, is there anything else that's going to be included in that today? Okay, thank you very much. Items 70 through 72 are on the consent agenda, are pulled from the consent agenda because of the amount. Do we need a report on those items? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Oh, thank you. I do, we've had a couple of members of the public curious about what last year's contract funded, so I'm just going to ask that we get a report of those items.
Okay.
And
That's it. I don't have any other.
And when it comes up, I would like to just ask staff on the record to make sure that the contract does not include a red light on Franklin Street.
That is 70 through 72?
71 is a contract for Channel District.
Okay.
In the past, they've tried to slide in red lights.
Okay, so
on
we'll have
Franklin
staff for 70 through 72. 70, I believe staff will be here to report on that. 71, 72, 73, Brad Bard will be here to present. 70, by the way, FYI, 73, and there was some misinformation in the agenda. 73 is no action. It'll come back before this council at a future date, so it's just going to be information only. 74, Councilwoman Hurtek, Christine Glover will be here to report on that.
Yes, actually, I have some stuff I've been working on in the background for that we may or may not, that we'll talk about during during 74 about stormwater.
Okay.
Overall.
Okay, very good. But we will expect Christine Glover to be here at council chambers to talk about that.
I don't know that we need Christine Glover. I suppose it's up to Chief of Staff because kind of.
Okay. Well, maybe if she's ready and willing, and maybe
Okay,
if we don't
great.
need it, we don't need it. Okay. We have 75, Councilman Vieira. We have
Yes.
Osea Wynn will be here for a verbal report on that.
Yes, sir.
76, Councilman Carlson. We have Osea Wynn will be here for a verbal report on that. And Councilman Hurtek, 77. I believe it's either going to be Brandon or Adam will be here for a verbal report on that
Yes.
one. Councilman Vieira, a question for you.
Yes, sir.
For 78, your motion may end up being moot if we pass the resolution on unspent money in 2024 in the consent agenda. I think that makes 78 moot.
I would still like to, if I may, Mr. Chairman, have a report on when that money is going to be available. So because, trust me, I mean, a lot of people are talking about this because of all the exclusion inadvertently that happened with the first set of funds. So just a quick report on when it's going to be available that was really my intent. Not on it's going to move forward, but in terms of when it's going to be available.
Okay.
And the
Correct.
process.
Okay, very good. So
The actual thing is asking for the timeline. It's not the actual
Okay, so we
approving of the money.
ask staff to be available for item 78.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Item 79 and 81 is a receive and file. Can we get a motion to receive and file those?
Yeah, can I just make a
Councilman Carlson?
quick comment about 81?
Yes.
We months ago suggested to the administration that we set up a joint committee that would advise on putting together a semi-quincentennial celebration for the United States. The administration wrote a memo back saying essentially, butt out, the administration's going to do it. We don't need city council or the public to be involved. So it's disappointing, but that's what it is. So good luck to them. Thank you.
Okay. So can I get a motion to receive and file?
Yes.
Very good. I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Hurtek.
Sure.
Councilman Hurtek, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion to continue item 82 to August 7th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Councilman
And
Hurtak?
the only reason is, we are working behind the scenes on this one, so it's just not ready yet.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think we are ready to move on without a... 80.
We approved 79 and 81, but not 80. Oh, through 81, sorry.
Yeah.
I missed
I'm-
that.
Okay, I was like, what did I miss? Thank you, no worries. We need a motion to adopt the agenda. So moved. And we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we are ready to move on to public comment. I believe we have some online speakers. I don't have a list of those this morning. Do I have it here? Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Louis and Michael. Okay, is Lucas, Lucas, can you hear us? Start with your name, please.
Lucas Kolsky, if you can unmute yourself.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Lucas Kowski.
Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, council members. My name is Lucas Kowski. I'm the vice president at ArtSpace Projects, and I'm here to express support for the ArtSpace Affordable Housing Project. This project would provide much needed affordable live workspace for Tampa artists and creative sector, many of whom across the nation are struggling to stay in the communities they help enrich. ArtSpace has a proven track record across the country, creating developments to support local culture, boost neighborhood economies, and build lasting communities. We know that the arts and the creative sector are vital to Tampa's identity and economy, but without affordable housing and workspaces, Tampa risks losing the very people who help bring the city to life. We urge that you support this project with essential pre-development funding and public backing. It's more than just housing, it's investment in our city's creative. ArtSpace would love to thank you for your time and commitment to the Tampa community. I also just want to say that my colleague, Pablo Lituma, had a little bit of a family emergency, so he's listed for public comment, but he's not going to be able to join this morning. So I just want to echo that he also thanks council members for their attention to this matter and is really excited to begin the hard and earnest work of providing affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your day. Michael Randolph.
My name is Michael Randolph, and I'm here today to talk about the forgotten 800 bodies that were erased. Good morning again, City Council. I come here today not as an advocate, but as a former resident of Rovers Park Village. My support for funding the Memorial Park Initiative is profoundly personal. I live just 8 doors away from where the bodies were discovered, graves that I unknowingly walked over until we found out that they was buried there. In the spirit of the Racial Reconciliation Committee, I respectfully and passionately urge you to approve funding, land swap, and other support for this sacred initiative. This is more than a memorial. It is, in fact, a moral obligation. You have the power to right a historic wrong and restore justice to over 850 forgotten souls. We believe support for the Design Geological Research Center, the Memorial Design Bill, and Community Program grant offer not only a historic, but an emotional healing, and also a measurable and social impact. The Design Geological Research Center is designed not only as a cultural and historic anchor, but also as an earned income model, generating revenue through educational programs, geological services, rental space, and other activities. In tandem with the Memorial Design Bill, this bill will serve as a powerful public space for reflection, education, and offering in the artistic, historical interpretation, and economical potential. Let us honor the past with action and shape a future that reflects dignity, truth, and reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, we'll move on to, that was the last two, correct? Nobody came back on? Okay. We're going to move on to public comment. Our first speaker is Dr. Alex Harris, followed by Connie Burton. Or is it doctor or director? I can't tell.
Good morning. Thank you, Council, for all that you do for the community. I'm here just to express our gratitude for the art space.
Start with your name, please.
I'm sorry, Alex Harris, right? And, I'm sorry?
That's good.
Anything else? All right, thank you. Alex Harris, and thank you so much for all that you do, as I said. And I'm here to just express gratitude for the support of Art Space. As the founder for the Arts Conservatory for Teens, we have 5 of our 19 sites that focuses on youth development in the arts and preparing them for careers. And for this kind of support certainly sends a strong signal to our young folks that our community does support the arts professionals and understanding what it contributes to the overall economy and our culture. And so thank you so much, and we hope that we continue to receive each of your support as we continue to build and expand what we're doing for our professionals as well as our up-and-coming professionals throughout our community. Once again, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Connie Burton. And the next speaker will be Dr. Carolyn Collins.
Good morning, Connie Burton. I really want to just draw attention to things that I feel you should be paying attention to. In number 1 agenda item, the reappointment, and I know you don't do it, it's the recommendation of the mayor, people 4 years coming back to be reappointed to divisions that, and I'm talking particularly about the housing authority, that do not even have to come to you to tell you what is their vision, what is their plan, how are they taking care of the issues of the poor, how are they dealing with the issue of the backlog of the waiting list of people that need housing, how many people did they move toward home ownership. It's disturbing to even come down Nebraska Avenue this morning to see now the housing authority is in the business of hotel building, when we got a tremendous amount of issues in our community that is not addressing the needs of housing of the poor. Some of these quick fixes, tent cities, and it's just amazing to me. And I just wish you would, in your reappointment of these people to the board, ask their stakeholders to come and speak to you about the things that they're doing in behalf of the things that I just mentioned. And of course, item number 75, that when you're talking about what's going to happen for young people with disability, we had a summer program that they could not even get off the ground good. It was moved to the recreational department, and we know that that director was looking and seeking another job. So how did that, and that group of young people fare? We don't want to wait until it is time for next summer that we are still then going over the same issue again. Why can't we get to 72? Why can't we get to 144? Why can't that be a successful program? We know for a fact that many of the young people that was in the program didn't even live in the city, within the city district. That's how desperate of need young people are in need for real intention and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Dr. Carolyn Collins. The next speaker will be Chris Vea. Bella.
Good morning, Dr. Carolyn Collins, Chair for the historic Jackson House Foundation, Inc. I just wanted to come up today briefly to say, first of all, this is my first time here since that time, but I want to give memory to the late Councilwoman FAMU Rattler, Gwendolyn Henderson. And then I want to thank the council for all of the support on a consistent basis that each of you have given us, and very special support that we've received. But On your agenda today, item number 49, we want to give thanks to the mayor and the city administration, because something that we worked on well over 3 years, trying to get a document signed that we felt we shouldn't be in the beginning, has reached a point where, meeting with all concerns all over the city and the county, the mayor and her administrative team went back to one of its formal amendments with the Accardis, and we want to say now that based on what's in that amendment, we are in total support, because we don't have to sign anything. What we did at the last time in June of this year, it was not responded to for whatever reason, and we're happy. Thanks. But the mayor has gotten together with her administrative team. They have a document that will give us the 10 feet easement on each side of the house. And just as a brief update, we've already completed our RFQ. We were moving on without it, as we indicated to you before. After the RFQ, we've completed the RFP. It has carried its more than 30 days. We extended it. We got 2 more bidders afterwards. They were not able to come in, but have agreed that they'll work with us on a consultant basis. We've completed our interviews. They are done. I can tell you that, all of the verbal interviews, and we will be doing a walk site interview with the 3 finalists. The state is involved. They are in with us. And other than whatever we're going to tweak a little bit with what's going on with the Tampa Bay History Center while they wait on their new director to come in, we are well on the way, because we felt at this hurricane season, the Jackson House spoke to us and told us we can't wait anymore, we need your help. And so for those of you that have helped us, to the city, to the county, and everyone, we are more than grateful. And we want to tell you that whatever the city is doing with the mayor, in Amendment 4 of the 4th Amendment that goes back a few years, we are supportive as long as the Jackson House get 10 feet easement on each side of the house, so that what we are already in the process of doing, we will not have to do it without the easement. So thank you. Appreciate all you've done, and look forward to more information from us forthcoming.
Thank you, Doctor. Chris Vella. Followed by Stephanie Pointer.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Chris Vella. I live in 33605 Ybor City, and I'm here to talk about Kiley Gardens. There's a status that's going to be coming up. I've been involved in Kiley Gardens all the way back 37 years ago. I was one of the first kids that actually stepped in that park, observed the tree alley, the crepe myrtles, the water flowing, the wind, the nice breeze, and it inspired me to get into a career of design and urban design. I'm sure it inspired a lot of children during that time to get into design or in a field that deals with just making things look better and feel better. Now, fast forwarding over to this point today, in 2003, I formed a non-for-profit and got a bunch of architects together, urban land designers, and so on. And we tried to lobby Pam Iorio, the city staff then, to restore Kiley Gardens. And we were successful to a certain point. In 2009, with the Tiger Grant, through the Obama administration, we got most of that park restored. It was overseen by professionals. There was a lot of reports saying that it can support those crepe myrtle trees or substitute for it. So here we are today. But I want to talk about Dan Kiley and why he's important. First of all, President Bill Clinton awarded the Presidential Medal of Arts for him. His work is found in the National Gallery in DC, the Art Institute of Chicago, Jefferson Memorial in St. Louis. The list goes on. It is an important asset to have on the Riverwalk. As you know, it is an arts walk. It is part of the Tampa Museum of Art. It always has been. A lot of people go there to do performances, whether it's music, small yoga practices, or whatnot. So it is a sense of community, and it's always been a cornerstone of that. If you looked at the fountains when they were in operation, they actually resembled the operation that occurred across the UT with those Moorish design fountains that you see basically when you're on that little roundabout. So there was a lot of cues where Dan Kiley was trying to make relationships with that, as well as the NCMB tower. So where does it leave us today? Well, right now, as I said, the park got restored. I think parking garages are always gonna leak, you're always gonna have bad seals. I don't think that there is a dire sense, and I hope there isn't, but I'm just asking you just to consider using this time, when the report is spoken, to search to see if you can do any leverage to get Kiley Garden on a local landmark destination. I was here over 20 years ago to ask that. I'm here today. I think now we're in a good position where we can put some funding, state funding, national funding, just to restore Kiley Gardens back to where it was before, at least as much as we can, as much as possible. So please take in consideration of this gem that we have on the Riverwalk that inspired me and a lot of people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Pointer, followed by Allison Hewitt.
Good morning. This is from the February 15th.
What, I'm sorry, ma'am,
Stephanie
what's your
Pointer.
name?
Stephanie Pointer.
Thank you.
Citizen of the city of Tampa. This is from agenda February 15th, 2024. And I think that there was actually another follow-on to this, but I couldn't find it. My hard drive crashed this weekend. So, but 2 weeks ago, we found out that $2.5 million had been snatched out from our paving fund. And here we go. Today, item number 32 is talking about the citizens of Tampa are paying for people to use their credit cards to pay their water bill. Now, I've slept once or twice since then, but I'm almost positive, I know I'm positive, that we voted that those fees be incurred by the person who uses their credit card. Poor people don't pay their water bill with a credit card. They pay it in person, in cash. They pay it with a check if they need to. But why are we subsidizing the use of credit cards to pay your bills? If when I walk into a restaurant or when I do business with a vendor, I ask them, does it cost more if I use my credit card? And if they say yes, I make an alternative payment. I either pay in cash or I use my debit card or I write a check because I feel like I don't want to pay that. Well, I'm trying to figure out why when we had this, and this says unanimously, you guys decided to not continue the practice of paying for people to use their credit cards with the city of Tampa. What happened? This is 2 city council meetings in a row where the shell game has been played. City council said, stop doing this. And yet here we are, maybe a year later or so, give or take, and we're still doing the same thing. Number 78, I want to talk about that for just a second. We talk about slow roll. Everything in the city of Tampa is like the little engine that could. Everything moves slowly in the city of Tampa, unless somebody next door wants it, because then it becomes the Japanese bullet train. We do have folks who are suffering. I know a couple folks personally who applied for these funds and have been told that they would receive these funds, but nothing has been done with it. Where is the money? I mean, if you guys set aside the money and it was a big show, dog and pony show about giving away the money, when are people going to actually start seeing the checks to help them rebuild their homes? Mayor Buckhorn didn't want to raise any fees, and it looks like Jane Castor's doing the same thing.
Thank you. Allison Hewitt, followed by Ron Weaver.
Good morning, Allison Hewitt.
Good morning.
A question, please, before. You said there was a sheet for the public hearing. My comments are about 63 through 65, but there was no sheet outside, so that's why I used a card. So is it appropriate for me to speak now, or?
Mr. Shelby? Those are not public hearings. So this is your opportunity.
They're being set.
They're being set for public
Those are
hearings.
resolutions setting public hearings coming in the
Okay,
future.
so-
If you wish to speak to them, you can.
Okay, yes, I will speak to them every time
Pause your time.
they come before. Apologies if I can have the time, just want to make the clarity.
Okay,
Allison-
we'll reset the time starting now. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Hewitt, East Tampa resident and business owner. Every time a CRP comes up, I will speak before you. because my challenge is that our CRPs are not including the reports and what has come the years before. So how do we know what has worked? How do we know how we're spending the money? How do we know what is successful? I also want to say, please pay attention. What are being done is that these CRPs are becoming staff recommendations, because again, they have thrown out the original CRPs and they're starting again. When they come to the public hearings, they're providing, this is what we're seeing, give us your opinion, but not a real CRP. My biggest fear of one example for East Tampa CRP, it was said in there that through public hearings, that in the slum and blight, before you do anything about the property, work with the property owner. They have not done that. They are now doing that now. I want to make sure that stays in there, because we don't want gentrification. We want to work with the property owners. And so as these CRPs are coming before you, they are not providing you any data on whether it removes slum and blight, whether it advanced the measurable outcomes, nothing. So without any data or accountability or a community-informed evaluation, these new updates to the CRP are just somebody writing a plan that doesn't have community input. How are we going to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars if we cannot continue to say that, okay, for the last 20 years in East Tampa, this has worked, this has not worked, this is what the direction we need to go into. But if we have a whole new direction, then how do we know what is working? We have limited time. They are all sunsetting. And so we need to be more intentional in making sure we are more transparent about, we are continuing on with this part of this CRP because it has worked. We're changing it because it has not worked. But that is not provided to you. That has not been provided to the community, and you have these new plans. So I ask you, before you start approving these CRPs, that someone reports to you on whether or not what they have done for years before are they actually being effective. I have these comments also in writing. Make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Ron Weaver, followed by Michelle Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ron Weaver, 4403 Westdale Avenue. I rise on the occasion of items 53 and 54, which relate to the art space desperately needed affordable housing for our artists. A Tampa artist named Janet Eckelman was in Bali and lost all of her paint, so she resorted instead to all the fabrics, which made her one of the most celebrated experiential artists in the world, including the major architecture at Porto, Portugal, and the Gates Foundation's entry sculpture, all the Tampa artists, because the Tampa artists received a helping hand from the folks who reached out to her. We must help our starving artists. We must provide them housing by the affordable housing in items 53 and 54. Ray Charles wrote his first song in Tampa. Tampa Red came to Tampa because that's the only place where he could find housing in all of Florida when he lost his parents. We must reach out a helping hand to our artists. In Alabama, Harper Lee left Alabama in 1949 and went to New York and worked at TWA as a reservation clerk. And some of her friends, Michael and Joy Brown, noticed that she had this writing ability, but she was full-time reservation at TWA in New York City. So they gave her 1 year's salary, like her TWA reservation, so she could write To Kill a Mockingbird, the most telling piece of justice and equality and the sensitivity of young people in all the world, because somebody reached out a helping hand to artists. Please reach out a helping hand to the artists of Tampa. There are 1,509 creatives, 50 who've been surveyed in Tampa, and 71% of them are making 80% or less of the AMI. So in providing this housing to those who desperately need it most, of those 1,509 creative artists who were surveyed, 36% of them haven't made any money yet from selling their art, and 71% of them made less than 25% of their income from selling their art. They desperately need not to be working 2 jobs, so they'll never get to the discovery of their art. My daughter sang from a distance The Hope of Hopes, The Love of Loves, the Bette Midler song, when she first sang at the Academy of Holy Names. Then she sang at our church at a talent contest, and suddenly she discovered herself, she discovered her gift. Please let these Tampa young people discover their art, discover themselves by providing them affordable housing so they don't have to work 2 jobs and never discover their art or themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Michelle Smith.
It's
Good
a lot to
morning.
follow.
Yeah, man, what a
So
speaker. In
eloquent.
my next life, I'm going to speak half as well as Ron does.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. I'm Michelle Smith. I'm the Executive Director of Tampa Arts Alliance, and I'm here to express our appreciation for the numerous ways that you all support the arts in Tampa. You are champions for grassroots organizations, dance companies, community theater, anchor arts institutions, innovation through the arts, public spaces and public art and green spaces, and also a beautiful, beautiful bookstore. Tampa is very lucky to have a council body and an administration that gets it. A city that is saturated with arts and culture is a key indicator of the economic strength, vitality, stability, and tolerance. One foundation of a thriving arts ecosystem is the ability for cultural workers to live in the city that they serve, something that has been increasingly difficult in recent years. 4 months after the creation of the Tampa Arts Alliance, we were asked by a group of eager arts leaders to take on the responsibility of carrying forward their established need for affordable housing, to turn a great idea into reality. We have since secured a generous commitment of land. Donations from the public and the county have been used to conceptualize the space, and we greatly appreciate your support, which closes the funding gap of what's necessary to move the project forward with arts-based projects in Ybor City. This building will affordably house at least 60 artists across multiple industries, providing them with both a home and a workspace to hone their craft, in the company of a diverse collective of creatives. This unique, affordable housing solution reverberates a positive impact beyond just District 5, into all corners of the city, helping to preserve what makes Tampa special and magnetize more opportunities to the entire region. Thank you for your trust in the Tampa Arts Alliance and arts-based projects, and to the numerous artists who had envisioned this wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of art space, next speaker is Neil Gobioff. Next speaker after that will be Robin Lockett.
Morning.
Morning, Neil.
Neil Gobioff. I'm president of the Gobioff Foundation and board member of the Tampa Arts Alliance. I wanted to just say thank you and should express gratitude for your continued support of the Arts Space Project. 5 years ago, a group of individuals got together and around this idea of getting affordable housing built for creatives here in Tampa. They worked with, invited arts-based projects here to Tampa, and that led to a feasibility study followed by the Arts Market Survey that Ron Weaver so eloquently referenced, and demonstrated a definite need for that type of a building here. And as Michelle said, we then were able to find a commitment of land from Darryl Shaw, and I just want to express our gratitude for helping us get to the next step, and this is just a momentous milestone for us, and I look forward to the building being built and you guys helping keep the artists in Ybor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all the work you do. Robin Lockett, you're going to pass? Okay. So next speaker is Bishop Michelle B. Patty, followed by Pastor Williams. Oh, no.
Good morning, Bishop Michelle B. Patty. I just like to make an observation. You usually have it typed out as people speak. It was kind of hard to understand and hear the speakers that was on the phone this morning.
So can you not see the type up there now?
No.
Interesting.
No, so I didn't.
Yes, yeah, on ours we can. So,
We can.
So CCTV, the camera facing the audience. Can y'all see it back there?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just
I
the
didn't
one
see it.
TV in front of the podium. Okay.
So I would like to, I came specifically for one reason today, and that's to speak about Miss Mary. Miss Mary, who's a wonderful woman, and I know she's watching, and for her to have done 63 years, and I think I've been a part of quite a few of those years, but she's been an outstanding employee, someone that was very helpful. I don't know what you're gonna do without her, Charlie, but she is one of those people that always made you feel welcome. If you needed information, she didn't hesitate to give it to you. And for 63 years, that's to be commended. And I'm one of these people believe in giving folks their flowers while they yet can live. They can smell them, not when they're dead and gone, and then we see all these accolades about them. But I've never seen her with a frown, a mean word or anything. It's always been a smile, and to come here every day, that's a challenge, and do the work that she's done. So I just want to commend her and tell her congratulations on her well-deserved retirement. And I know her husband is going to be glad she's home. I know he's been counting down the days to her retirement. So we could just go, I just wanted to wish them well and let her know that I, as a citizen of Hillsborough County, has appreciated her loyal service to this city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bishop. Pastor Williams, you're next. Pastor. Followed by Reverend Jacqueline Coffee Leaks.
Appreciate you, man. God bless.
Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning. My name is Pastor William, located 1112 East Scott Street, Paradise Missionary Baptist Church. You know, I'm going to applaud what y'all did to the young man, put him out of here. But you got to understand, we have people of color, got to understand that they do this to us all the time. And we got to recognize the fact that we got God on our side. This is one of the 140th Division songs. Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil. Preserve me from the violent man, which imagine mischief in their heart. Continue are they gather together for war. They have sharpened their tongue like a serpent. Arrow poison is on their lips. Selah. Keep me, O Lord, from the hands of the wicked. Preserve me from the violent man who have purchased to overthrow my going. The proud have hid a snare for me and a cord, and they have spread their net by the wayside. They have yin for me, Selah. I said unto the Lord, Thou art my God. Hear the voice of my supplication. O God, grant not, O Lord, the desires of the wicked. Further, not the wicked device, lest they shall exalt themselves. Selah. As for the head of those that compass me about, let the mischief of their own lips cover them. Let burning coal fall upon them. Let them be cast into the fire, into the deep pit, that they be rise up not again. Let not the evil speaker be established in the earth. Evil shall hunt not the violent man, but overthrow him. No, I know that the Lord will maintain the cause of the sufficient of the righteous and poor. Surely the righteous shall give thanks unto the Lord, unto righteousness. Now, the reason I'm reading this here, I thank God for all of you all. But we got to understand, we've been mistreated many, many years. And when you do it to us in public, we got to come back and let you know where we stand. Boy, I tell you,
Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much. Reverend Jacqueline Coffee Leaks, followed by Reva Inman.
Thank you. Well said, Pastor.
Good morning, Council. My name is Jacqueline Coffee Leaks, and I am a fourth-generation resident of Sulphur Springs. I am the daughter of the late Ronald Coffee Sr. and Marilyn Streeter. I currently serve as the outreach pastor at 34th Street Church of God under Bishop Thomas Scott in East Tampa, and work as the executive director of the Sulphur Springs Neighborhood of Promise in Sulphur Springs. During the afternoon segment of your July 17th City Council meeting, After most attendees had departed and the agenda was nearly completed, Ms. Freely provided a brief update of the progress and future direction of the Land Development Code. The mention of Florida Avenue and Bird prompted a 15-minute heartfelt discussion during which there was a unanimous consensus that more can be done for Sulphur Springs. As I watched with tears running down my face as each of you commented on the absence of our elected official, and several thoughts occurred to me. The first is I need to go and inform them. The second was language carries significant influence. Terms such as forgotten, porous, and no civic movement highlighted the importance of community representation here at the meeting. We agree that it's essential for residents to engage in community efforts and participate in the structured processes established by the city, including working with neighborhood enforcement initiative and enhancement initiatives, which we work closely with Mr. Frank Crum, all of the city departments, and having city officials and city on our board. Ms. Murray Holmes has served on our board since its inception. We know that it's important to build capacity within our community. My definition of civic engagement isn't just showing up to every meeting to yell at you all during public comments. However, I watch every meeting, and I'm working during those meetings to build sustainability, to build things among our residents and partners, to work hand in hand with city departments, our parks and rec, law enforcement, and first responders to bridge the gap. We have the data to show it works. Yes, there is always more to do. I'm so grateful that you all are committed to doing more. We want to do it together, time, talent, and treasure. We maintain that each district should have an elected official that is committed to staying informed about all communities within their district, to communicate relevant updates and challenges effectively back to the council. January 2016, this city council, not you all, but some of you all were there, signed the resolution in your hands that supported our Florida designation as a promised neighborhood. We are a community full of civic, engaged residents with promise. Today is just a springboard for the conversation that we need to have, and we would love to have it with you. Thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you for coming out this morning. Good morning. Reva, is it Emin or, did I butcher your last name?
Iman.
Iman, okay.
Good morning, I'm Reva Iman. I'm here about Zion. If you were listening, Michael Randolph was speaking earlier of Zion, the forgotten. Past, present, and future. Past, the forgotten. I've been here many times to speak on Zion. That was the past, the forgotten. Present, we're here now, and we've been here presently seeking help from the city. It wasn't you all's fault that's up here now, but it's you all who can make a difference now of Zion. History, history, history. You can be part of history today by making what was wrong right today. Future. Our future is what we're trying to build for the community, not just for the African American community, for anyone, what we're trying to do. I'm seeking because you have a budget coming up through the city. You have done a great deal, and you're still working on some things right now, but I'm asking that you do a little bit more. It's going to take $9 million to complete the project that we're trying to do. This project is just not for the African American community, it's for the city as a whole. A genealogy center, education, USF. We're seeking your help with that $9 million. That is the future that we're asking, that you can be part of and your legacy to help correct what that past council did, what was wrong when they built on top of the forgotten individuals that they're buried now. So I ask that you dig deep in your hearts, find what you can find to help us do this, because it's going to take all of us to make it happen and become part of history of making what was wrong right. And we will forever thank you, and my ancestors as well. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out this morning. Marty Green, followed by Fred Hearns. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marty with the Mobility Department of the City of Tampa.
For the record, you have to state your full name, please.
Marty Green.
Thank you.
With the City of Tampa. This is the article out of the Union Handbook, training purposes. The Tampa agreed to continue the career development program, including employees training program for the purposes of qualifying city employees for upward mobility within the City of Tampa. So, saying that to say this, I sent out an email to management about guys they're using from the temp service. They're using the same Social Security number. They're not legal. They're not checking their credentials. And I also wrote an email basically stating to them, telling it how an outside source, basically saying it's a language barrier between the guys they're going to get from the temp service. And I also put that it's going to be a multi-million-dollar lawsuit because the temps that they got, they don't have MOT. They're not MOT certified. And to stop me from putting it out because they know it was public service, they refrained me from writing emails. They said if I write another email, I will be disciplinary. So to do that, I still kept writing and I got disciplinary. I gave them the DOT rules and regulations of maintenance of traffic. You have to be MOT certified to touch any MOT. The reason why, if someone put the wrong MOT out and someone get killed, guess who's held reliable? Tampa. So therefore, the city council, that's more money that we got to put back in the budget because they failed to do their job. So when I brought it back up to them again, they told me that I was crazy. I was forced to go see Dr. Woods. They forced me to go see a psychiatrist. So everything that they felt was wrong with me, and I explained to one of my supervisors what problems I have, he broke the HIPAA law and went straight to the other supervisor, Bryan Rogers, and then they forced me to go see a psychiatrist. I said, why do I have to go? They said, if I don't go, I will lose my job. So I was forced to go. So recently, I kept complaining about the MOT. This is from the guy that put MOT out. He also states, he say, in a quick answer. So in a quick answer is yes, everyone that's working the roles with maintenance of traffic must be trained. Those guys that the city of Tampa is hiring, they're not trained. So therefore, it's going to be another lawsuit against the city of Tampa with all the ones we have going on with the sexual harassment and everything else in the whistleblowers. Now, I'm letting you know there's going to be another lawsuit if the city council don't get a hold of the mobility department, along with those racists, Bryan Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you. Fred Hearns, followed by Albert Cook.
Thank you, and good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Fred Hearns, 3422 Machado Street in historic Belmont Heights, in the heart of District 5 in the city of Tampa. So I asked these two young ladies to come and stand with me. You just heard from Reva Iman, who is the Vice President of the Zion Cemetery Preservation and Maintenance Society, of which I'm President. Robin Lockett, who is a member of our board, and both these young ladies are former residents of the area that we now know as Zion Cemetery. And you may recall it's been 6 years since this issue became public knowledge, because for so many years, the people who knew that there was a cemetery on this property where the Robles Park public housing was built in the 1950s, the people who knew it was a cemetery were always afraid to speak up because of retaliation. You know, there was no black representation on city council until Perry Harvey took a seat there in 1983. By then, that cemetery was like a 60-year memory. There's still people living who remember playing when they were children in the area where there were graves. But the ask today is financial, and this is going to come before you again at some point, as well as we understand the administration, city administration, has to deal with this also. As was just mentioned, the price tag is $8 or $9 million to acquire all of the property, place it under the umbrella of our nonprofit, Zion Cemetery Preservation and Maintenance Society, develop a memorial park that would be open to the public, to visitors, to residents, to people coming from all over to see what special thing has been done for these black people who were buried, forgotten, built on top of, et cetera, et cetera. Ask yourself how you would feel if you knew your mother was buried there and there was business being conducted on top of those graves, people living on top of those graves, and nothing was done about it. We have an opportunity today to help to right that wrong. In the early meetings that we had someone from City Attorney's Office who would attend every meeting. We also had someone from Historic Preservation with the city. We haven't seen them in a while. We know that the administration is working on this issue, but I'm asking that you request a report from the city administration to update you on what's happening. Gwen Henderson was working with us, and we know, unfortunately, after we lost her, there were many projects that she was working on. This was one of them. We need funding, $500,000 for Zion Cemetery in this budget, and we're going to be coming back again. Thank you,
Mr.
very much.
Hearns. Thank you. Albert Cook, followed by Valerie Bullock. On the top of the, Wolf, you can zoom it so that we get the whole screen.
You know I can't do this.
It's just a little wheel.
Oh, okay.
It's low tech.
Okay. Oh, I think I got it. All right. Good morning, City Council. My name is Albert Cook. Today I have the honor of addressing you as a member of the leadership team to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Booker T. Washington Elementary School. The school is named in honor of Booker T. Washington. He was born into slavery in Virginia in 1856 and liberated by U.S. troops during the Civil War. In 1881, he became the first president of the historic Tuskegee Institute. In 1901, he published Up From Slavery, a brilliant autobiography detailing his rise from enslavement to become a prominent figure in American history. Booker T. Washington School opened its doors in September 1925, originally serving both junior and senior high school students. It was a segregated institution primarily attended by the grandchildren of formerly enslaved Africans, but also welcomed Afro-Cubans. In 1925, regardless of nationality, dark-skinned students attended segregated Negro schools. In 1934, following the establishment of Militant High School, Booker T. Washington continued as a junior high school. It retained this role until the 1970s when Tampa schools were desegregated, and later it focused solely on elementary education. Esteemed educator Blanche Armwood, the first superintendent of Negro schools, played a significant role in the education of students at Booker T. Washington. Armwood High School in Seffner honors her name. Howard W. Blake, for whom Blake High School is named, served as principal from 1934 until his death in 1954. Fred Hearns, a dedicated community leader and Black history curator at the Tampa History Center, is also an alumnus. So we are excited to announce a carnival featuring food trucks, fun games, and family-friendly entertainment on August 6th from 2 to 4 p.m. The centennial celebration will take place on September 26th from 6 to 8 p.m. with doors opening at 5. Guests will celebrate the historic centennial, tour the school, listen to captivating stories, and enjoy a fine dining experience. For questions, sponsorship opportunities, and individual seating, please reach out to the principal, Monica Barber, at monica.barber@hcps.net or call 813-233-3720. You can also speak to me as well. You're all invited. We would love to see you there. This is a great occasion. You imagine 100 years and what that school has seen. The world wars, civil rights, desegregation, everything that's seen, and a Vietnam War. So we welcome all. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Valerie Bullock, followed by our last speaker will be Sergret Doss.
Good morning, Valerie Bullock. I'm coming up here to say, do not approve the city budget. Send it back. It's no sense that the police department gets 60% of the budget. That is too much money for one department. And I understand they put the fire department in it this year, so you can think that they're spending less money, but they are getting the majority of the city budget. I did a little research. Most city budgets, most cities spend 4% to 45%. The average is 23 to 29%. In 2020, the police department was 41% of the budget. Now here it is, 2025, it's 60% of the budget. By the time 2030 comes, it would be 80% of the budget. No, send it back and cut it 20%, make it go back to 40%, because all of that money is not helping the people that need it. Or helping, we don't have a lot of police programs. It stays at the top. It's so many people in the police department who's making over $200,000 a year. If everybody else have to cut back and have to use what we got to make it, they can too. Cut this police department budget by 20%. And I also want to talk about the housing authority, reappointing someone for 4 years. Most of the people at the housing authority, I think I was 18, 19 when I first moved in Ponce de Leon project, and Jerome Ryans, he was over it. When they get appointed, it's lifelong appointments. Nothing they can do can stop them from losing that job. They're gonna keep it no matter what. We should not have lifetime members over there at Tampa Housing Authority. They need a 4-year term, or the mayor that appoint them, they come in with her, and when that mayor leaves, they leave also. Because Tampa Housing Authority, it's not helping people no more. It used to be if you want the house or wanted somewhere to stay before you got homeless, you can go to the city of Tampa Housing Authority, and they had emergency funds, or they had this right here where they can get you in a house. And right now, I'm not seeing that. When I call over there, they tell me they are only working with veterans or HIV patients. And I hate to say it, you shouldn't have to die to get an apartment. Regular people should be able to get an apartment too. Never mind our health issues. If I'm going to school or if I'm working at McDonald's and I'm making $12 an hour to rent for a 2-bedroom is $1,600, Tampa Housing Authority should be able to step in. But we've gotten so far away from helping people with Tampa Housing Authority. And don't let me mention how many DOJ investigations Tampa Housing Authority have gotten. We need to clean that up. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Valerie. Sergret Doss.
Good morning, Sergret Doss. I've unfortunately been asked to be pleasant this morning, so I'll calibrate and tailor my comments accordingly. There's something, and by the way, to the young man who's a doctor, I'm going to say doctor is an earned title, and I may be biased because my brother's one. I have a first cousin who's one, and my daughter's one as well. But you've earned it, so call yourself by that. And expect others to do the same thing. But some things should be intolerable in a civilized society. I'm beginning to wonder how civilized the city of Tampa may or may not be. When I have judges like Paul Huey, Emily Ann Peacock, allowing insurance companies to take advantage of elderly people and say nothing, and at the same time watch attorneys and these same insurance companies take advantage of veterans, it bothers me. And I could go a little bit deeper into that, but I saw my man Tiz knock out front today. And for some reason, there are people in this country who don't think black folks got any entitlement to the guarantees of the United States and or the state constitution. And I'm here to tell everybody watching, even black folks who are afraid of white people for some strange reason, to assert your rights. White people don't have, and especially, I'm not going to use the words y'all know I love to use in here, about some of y'all white folks who let them other kind of white folks over there run crazy and run the country run crazy. But these rights that the Constitution protects, everybody should know, and no one should feel afraid because they're going to do what they're going to do anyway. People who don't like us are going to mistreat us. People who are going, well, some people turn blind eyes even in certain positions. I think we need to stop using titles like honorable for certain judges. I think, I also gave you something last week, and I know that attorneys have obligations that when someone raises a complaint about another attorney or a judge, that you all have the ability to ensure that either it's looked into or an investigation is promptly started, and as well as the board has. I've been real clear when I've made accusations about people. If they have a problem with it, tell them to sue me. But the reality is there's things that go on in this city that you all should be bothered by. Black people out there who have no problem addressing black people, or Democrats or any other political party, should feel the same way about everybody. So I did remain calibrated, Auntie, and that's only because you're here. So I'm gonna be pleasant and remain pleasant. But what you all did as far as violating somebody's rights to the First Amendment bothers me, as a person who was willing to die so that everybody could assert those rights. That being said, shout out to the greatest institution of higher learning, the University of Thomas Jefferson High School. You all take care.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment. We're going to move on to board and administrative appointments.
Did you ask for any reconsideration of legislative matters?
Is there anybody here that would like to reconsider legislative matters?
That's supposed to be after
that's
appointments.
After, exactly.
Oh, it's after appointments?
It's after appointments.
That's my fault, then why don't we just do the appointments?
You know what? It could have gone either way. I'm willing to say I'm tripping up on
Okay, I just
something.
wanted to make sure.
So we'll be right back with you. So we are on board and administrative appointments. Item 1 is the resolution approving and consenting to the confirming the reappointment by the mayor of Lorena Hardwick as a member of the Tampa Housing Authority for a 4-year term.
That's just by motion.
So, what was that?
Motion.
Yeah, so I'm looking.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes. Now, okay, we have.
Motion carried with Hurtak voted no.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, Councilman Carlson.
I support Lorena, who's been great in lots of ways, but I agree with the comments in the public about term limits. Marty, are you aware that there are term limits on these positions from a city council point of view?
With this particular position, I can't speak off the top of my head and say I know the answer, but I can certainly get you that answer.
Did you look that up?
Councilwoman Hurtak. Sure.
No, but we are that.
No,
Like,
but
if,
I think
if we didn't want someone to continue on, we are the term limit.
Yeah, I just think that maybe we can talk about new business, but we ought to impose term like no more than 2 terms for anybody we appoint. That would be our only.
Because I mean, it was concerning me as well. Can I suggest that one of the council persons bring that back for new business for discussion?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is a resolution approving and consenting to reconfirming the reappointment by the mayor of John Douglas Shields as a member of the Hillsborough County Building Board of Adjustments. So moved. We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Beer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Unanimous. Okay. Now we have anybody from the public that requests a reconsideration of legislative matters. Mr.
Good
McAleenan.
morning, Council. Steve McAleenan. I'm here requesting that vacating 2510 for 3203 Cordelia Street be reconsidered. There was information that was not available during your hearing, which I think is quite dramatic, and I think that it deserves reconsideration. You've received an email, and 16 of the 19 properties that abut this property, that abut this alley, have joined in this petition, and I can't get to solving the other problems regarding encroachments without a vacating. We simply are kicking the can down the road, and what will happen is all of these other properties are now at risk. So we would respectfully request that you reconsider your action that was taken on the 17th and allow this to move forward so we can resolve these other issues. As far as I can tell, there are 11 properties that encroach on this alley, and they potentially could be affected by subsequent code enforcement issues, each one of them individually, and I think it'll end up tying up this council and the city staff. I'd like to address that comprehensively, and I can't get to that without your assistance and reconsideration. So I respectfully request that.
Thank you, Mr. Mickley. Mr. Shelby, could you remind council of who on council could make a motion for reconsideration?
Rule 4E, a motion to reconsider an action of council shall be made only by a member who previously voted on the prevailing side and shall be made at the same meeting or at the first subsequent regular meeting. I believe this was on the 17th of
Yes, sir.
July, so this is the first regular meeting. And a second to the motion may be made by any member. Mr. Chairman, I do have the votes, or the clerk has the votes on that, if you would.
So could you read which council persons would be eligible to make a motion for reconsideration?
Any council member except for Miranda, he's the only one that voted no.
I'll make, I voted against this project, and I don't know how I'll vote in the future, but based on new information, I'm willing to make a motion to reconsider.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Vieira. Councilman Hurtak.
I completely disagree, because the problem is people did something illegally, and we talked about forgiveness is not permission, and that's exactly what we would be doing. So I respectfully disagree, and I hope that we don't reconsider this, because folks need to solve their code issues before we consider vacating, because that's part of the problem. And that's, yeah, I will not support that.
And I agree with you.
Councilman Carlson? No. Councilman Vieira?
Yes, sir, and my rationale is the same. I don't know how I'll vote on the second time and so forth, but if there's additional information that would be relevant to it, I'd be willing to consider that, but I'll go with an open mind. And I mean, for me, that's the reasonable thing to do as far as I see it.
So I'll hearing nothing else, I'll close out the discussion. I feel exactly kind of the same way, but I'm willing to hear if there's new evidence that we should have considered the first time around. I'm willing to step forward and hear that evidence. Not that I'm saying I'm going to vote differently than I did last time, but I'm willing to hear the evidence.
Question.
Councilman Hurtak.
Do we have to hear that evidence right now?
No.
Is that
no,
okay?
It'll come back up.
This
So this is just a motion for it to come before us. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Maybe we should have a roll call.
Vieira? Yes. Carlson?
Yes.
Miranda? Yes. Maniscalco? Yes. Hurtak?
No.
And Clendenin?
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no.
Can I
Wait,
make
Councilman
one?
Carlson.
This has-
Just because we
Hold
can't.
on, wait 1 second, Councilman.
When does this have to, you have to notice this and has to be set? Do we have? how does that-
I was going to ask you, this is going to take a while to resolve this, so I would request that this be set at least 6 months out.
I think that would be, wouldn't that be from the applicant to be able to?
It could be up to the staff as well.
Okay, so you will work with staff to get that set?
Yes, sir.
What do we normally do a motion?
Do we set a date?
We could set it, a date to hold it.
How about February?
So moved.
So we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco to set this reconsideration for February 5th, 2026 at 5:01 p.m. at 301 East Kennedy Boulevard.
No, it wouldn't be 5:01.
Oh, sorry.
10:30.
10:30 a.m.
10:30 a.m., February 5th, 2026.
So we have
What
to
Marty
vote.
Shelby said.
We have
What
to
you
vote.
said.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you very much,
And that'll be,
Councilman.
that'll be
Carrier,
properly
Hurtak voted no.
noticed. That'll-
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can I make one more?
Councilman Carlson.
The comments that Councilmember Hurtak mentioned are also comments that I made at the last meeting. And because we're not allowed to discuss this outside of this room, I think there are some systemic issues, as many of us have observed in West Tampa in particular. But it's not my district. I don't know, Councilmember Miranda, maybe in new business, if you want to workshop this at some point. I don't know how we resolve this problem where we get reports constantly of illegal structures all over the city, but there are a lot of new immigrants in West Tampa, and maybe they don't know the rules or whatever. There may be a communication issue, there may be an enforcement issue, I don't know, but it would be great if we could address this systemically, so we're not going project by project.
Since my name was mentioned, let me just say this. It's, when you look at what was said now by Councilmember Carlson, yes, there's a lot of immigrants. The only problem that I have with the system, and it's not personal to anyone, is that when you buy a house and somebody did something to the house and you buy the house, they're going to hold you responsible for the house. And this has nothing to do with this hearing, but I'm putting it together because no one tells you when you buy a house what the laws are of the city of Tampa, what the regulations are. They assume you know what they are. Well, some people may assume and know, and some people may assume and don't know. And just on driving by every day when I come here to work, I drive by a different street. And I'm all for having the alleys open or closed at the right size. I don't think there's 10 alleys in West Tampa that look alike. Some are 8 foot wide with a tree in the center. Some are 12 foot wide with a tree in the center. Some may be even greater. But West Tampa has got to be looked at totally at one unit, and why we're closing or opening alleys, and half the time there's no reason that the people even knew what the law was. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but what I'm saying is it's practical that you have a speeding sign when you know you're on the street and you know how fast you got to go. If you get a speeding ticket, shame on you. But when you buy a house or sell a house, you're not held to any standard. Just note, clean, go to the attorney, let them hire an agency that checks all the county records, make sure there's nothing that's going to prohibit you from being the house endangered after you buy it, and that's it. But after that, we come in and we say, hey, it's your fault because you bought the house.
Councilman
it's the same thing with
Miranda, can we save this for an additional discussion at our meeting? And I think, because I think one, we have a night meeting tonight. So as we move through this process, if everybody could try to keep their remarks short, and that includes for staff, as they come up today for these numerous staff reports we're going to have, because we all have to be back here at 5:01 p.m. So we are going to reconsider that. That has been set for February for the reconsideration. So we will see you all on February 5th.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else for reconsideration? Hearing none, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Public Safety Committee, Councilman Luis Vieira.
Yes, sir. I hereby move items
3 through 9.
Second.
3 through 9. We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, Neighborhood and Community Affairs Committee, Councilwoman Lynn Hertek.
Yes.
Items 10 through 21.
I move items 10 through 21, noting that special event permit season is here, which means that the glimmer of hope for cooler weather is coming.
There you go. We have a motion from we have a motion from Councilwoman Hertek. I believe that was a second from Councilman Miranda.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Infrastructure, Councilman Maniscalco, could you move items 22 through 34 except for item 32?
Yes, I'd move items 22 through 34, except for item 32.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from?
Second.
Okay, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr.
Finance
Chair.
Committee,
Can I
Councilman.
make a quick comment? Number 29 is Tampa Union Station, and we talk a lot about slow walking things. We on the CRA board approved funding for Tampa Union Station about 5-6 years ago. What this document shows is that there was an RFQ or RFA in July 2022, and then the first version of the contract was signed in January 2023. And so,
Councilman Carlson, can you do me a favor? That would have been really great to pull that item for discussion, but since we moved it, can you bring it up in new business?
that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Trying to move this along so we have to be back at 5 o'clock tonight. Finance Committee, Councilman Miranda.
Move item 35 through 39.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco to move items 35 through 39. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Development Economic Opportunity Committee, Councilman Hertek.
I just want to say something about 53 and 54, which is the art space. I can't tell you all this because I can't talk to you offline, but when I was in Minneapolis in May, I actually met with Art Space, and they took me on a tour of, since Art Space was founded in Minneapolis, so I got to see a tour of both of one of the buildings that they're redoing right now, like a reconstruction, reuse, and then I saw new construction, which is what we can expect to see. So I definitely want to, hopefully I can share some of those photos. Maybe I'll send out an email or put them on social media, but I also want to meet with the Arts Alliance and let them see the photos and have that discussion about what I saw. It's truly amazing. Lots of great space for artists. I'm so excited about this project, and I'm so glad that we came to an agreement so that we can help them.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Carlson.
I just want to, let me ask you a clarifying question. In the past, we've been able to make short comments like that without having to pull an item, so it's not.
Well, I just think right before the items, we've moved on, because we'd already voted.
So you want us to make the comments before we
Right,
make?
because
Okay.
we'd already moved on. The question had been asked and answered, we were moving on.
Okay, and then, so I have two quick comments, and then also, I
Councilman
just
Carlson.
want to have a colloquy with Marty. I was at the fiduciary agent, Art Space is the one that's getting this funding, but the fiduciary agent locally is the Tampa Arts Alliance. And I'm a founding board member of the Arts Alliance. I don't have any business relationship with them other than I give them money. Over the last 3 years, I've probably given them close to $100,000, but I've never taken anything from them. So I don't think I have a conflict of interest. I just want to make sure that.
So this contract is not with your organization?
No, it's with the Arts Alliance, which I'm on the board.
Okay, and
it's a nonprofit.
It is a nonprofit, and you are not compensated, is that correct?
No, it's the other way around. I give them money.
You have no financial interest in this personally then, or for your business? Okay, thank you. And I see no conflict of interest, and I would say that you have a requirement to vote.
Thank you. And just a quick comment. This is something that's been worked on for many years, and this money is just another step in it. Ron Weaver was one of the first people to get involved. Alex Singh, many others in this community, and they got Neil Gobioff and I and others involved. It's a really important project. The tech industry, the innovation industry cannot exist without arts. Matthew Richter, who's from here but led the artist housing programs in Seattle, has been a pro bono consultant to us. It's a really great project. Quickly, also other comments. The number 49 is the Jackson House. This is another one that's been a long time coming. The Accardi brothers a few years ago gave a 1 or 2 year option or opportunity for the Jackson House Foundation to have access to this space. The foundation didn't do anything during that time, which is why we've had so many hearings. I've had a lot of conversations with the Accardis, as have others, and I appreciate them moving forward. They're taking a big risk in signing this deal as it is now, and they're moving forward in good faith. I think we as a CRA board and as a city council have put a lot of faith in the Jackson House Foundation, and what this does is it clears the way for the Jackson House Foundation to do what's right and fix this building. If they don't start fixing it quickly, I think it's up to the city or other government agencies to take it upon themselves to save it. We as a CRA board have been trying to save this building for 7 years, and I personally have been trying to save it since 2012. So I made a promise to Willie Robinson that I would try to save it, and it really makes me sick that it's taken so long, and it's not the fault of the Accardis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. We appreciate, I know you've been dedicated to the Jackson House, and I recognize that level of dedication.
On the art space, I wish you guys all the success in the world. I'm very supportive of it, because when that is successful, I want to build a similar type of project in East Tampa dedicated to Black artists, Black American artists. That I think that would be a catalyst project for that neighborhood, put in an urban, in our whatever we perceive as a downtown area, and I would love to see us replicate that success. So best of luck with your project, because your project hopefully will be the seed for many more. So thank you so much. Okay,
Maybe we have a separate vote
on 53 and 54. Okay, you would like a separate vote. Okay, we're going to pull 53 and 54 by unanimous consent for a separate vote. Okay, very good. So I would like a motion from Councilman Carlson to move items 40 through 56, and we're with the exception of 51, 53, and 54. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from?
Second.
Second from Councilman Randall. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's have a vote on 53.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco.
Let me say this, if I may, 1 second.
Councilman
If
Miranda.
it wasn't for the artists, who knows where Ybor City would have been today? Because they're the ones that started the revitalization of Ybor City 30 years ago, whenever it was, when no one was there. Just was tumbleweed and everything else.
Thank you. We had, refresh my memory, who was, we had a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Hurtek on item 53. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Motion carried with VR voting no.
Okay, we have a, moving to 54.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Hurtek. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion carried with VR voting no.
Okay, thank you. Now we're in Mobility Asset Management Committee, Councilman Hurtek, 57 through 61.
Thank you. I move items 57 through 61.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Hurtek, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Move to set 62 through 67 for public hearings with those respective dates and times.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Move to open 10:30 vacation. Is it a vacation? No, yeah. BLC 22-185C and remove it from the agenda.
We already did that. We were able to do that because it.
No,
Oh, we
we
didn't
did that.
remove it. We just received and filed. You're right.
Received and
Okay,
filed.
so we have a motion to open the,
Actually, I'm sorry, you don't have to do,
we just have to make.
oh, those
It
are
was misnoticed.
Does that include the second reads?
There is no second.
There is
reading
not.
today.
This is it. I
This
thought
is
we
it?
already removed it from the agenda.
No.
No, actually, you received and filed. You could just, you don't even have to reopen it, you can
All right,
just
move to remove
reset it.
item 68 due to a misnotice.
And,
Okay,
and,
we have-
and reschedule it, please.
And reschedule to September 4th, 2025 for 10:30 a.m.
What?
It's already
It was
done,
already-
yeah.
Oh, that was
That was
already
in a
done?
separate. Yeah, it was a separate issue.
Ah.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda to remove item 68 from the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, would we like to go to the items that we pulled?
We can't.
Yeah. Okay, let's start with, Councilman Hurtek is not here. She pulled both of those, so we can go on to the administrative report. Susan Johnson Velez, are you ready for that? Mr. Perry, did you have something?
I have the two items for reconsideration, sir.
2 items for reconsideration. Which items do we have?
32 and 51. Or that
Pulled,
was
the pulled items.
Oh, the pulled items, yeah, okay. We were waiting for Councilman Hurtek, because that was hers that pulled. Okay, Susan?
Good morning, Council. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. We just wanted to come and report to Council. As many of you may be aware, in the 2025 legislative session, the Florida Legislature adopted Senate Bill 180, which, among other things, renders null and void land development regulations and comprehensive plan amendments that were adopted after August 1st of 2024 to be null and void. There's a time range that's provided, August 1st, 2024 through October 1st of 2027. So during that time frame, under this legislation, certain municipalities in the city of Tampa is included in there, are precluded from adopting more restrictive or more burdensome land development regulations or comprehensive plan amendments. So the legal department is undertaking a very thoughtful and careful review of those matters which council has adopted since August 1st of last year to determine which are clearly run afoul of the Senate bill and which might be able to be saved in whole or in part. So we just wanted to advise you that we were taking a look at that, since we're aware that some of you may have received questions either directly or by phone or email about that, and we would like to come back with a full report to council at your September 25th workshop.
Is part of that discussion whether we can just ice those items, like temporary hold the items until the suspension is over and then reinstitute them in whole?
Yes, part of the discussion will include that, yes. We're taking a look at which ones we think might need to have that happen, or which ones we might be able to, save some of the things that we're proposing, and which ones might be able to continue as adopted.
Excellent. Council have any other questions?
So we'd ask just that council set a matter on your workshop in September 25th for a more full report from the legal department on that.
Councilwoman Hurtek.
I'm willing to do that, and I have an item on that workshop agenda that I'm willing to move to January to make sure that gets done. First of all, so I motion to move, and this was Councilwoman Henderson's motion initially, and then I took it over. to discuss the council salaries for the future election cycle beginning in May 1st, 2027. I would like to move that conversation to the January workshop, which is on January 29th.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Is
Opposed?
Is there anyone, oh, sorry.
The ayes have it. It was unanimous.
And then I didn't know if anybody else had anything they might be willing to move from that.
I don't have anything on that.
Can you give me the date again?
September 25th. But while people are looking, I will make the motion then to set the discussion about SB 180 to the September 25th workshop.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ayes have it, unanimous. Councilman Vieira?
Yes, sir. And so there was a request to move. I have no objection. I have staff to report on housing for people with disabilities. If we can get it on October to make the agenda run more smoothly, I have no objection to that. So I would make a motion if we can. So long as it's, yes. And my only yes. My only stipulation, actually, no, we don't have a ton. So long as it's number 2, I'm fine with that.
What?
Or stays as number 2, I guess.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira to move the item for housing for people with disabilities to October 30th workshop. We have a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. And the large, what is happening with this? So the large.
Oh, no,
digital-
yeah, we're working on that. I think
Are we gonna-
actually
are we
Miss
gonna-
Feely, I want to say she wanted that possibly moved to October.
That's
last I
what I was
heard.
thinking that was going to move to.
Okay, well, we'll see what, maybe Miss
Okay.
Feely will pop on if she feels that need. But, oh, there she is. I had a feeling.
And it wasn't even 3 times.
No, I'll say it one more time just to make her face appear. Miss Feely. There, it worked.
Good morning, Council. Abby Feely. Yes, I think I actually, in knowing what Ms. Johnson-Velez was bringing forward, and also that I have been in communication with the Downtown Partnership. They are currently in their selection process for a firm, and that being that tomorrow's August 1st, I don't know that that firm will have content to bring back to you at the end of September, but I'm working closely to coordinate with Kenyatta at the partnership to see where we're going to be on that. So that being said, I think you now have 4 land development type or development type of discussions that could take place and be packaged onto that September agenda, and we would be greatly appreciative of that. I can check with Kenyatta and get you back a firm firm finding on that motion related to the signage that is currently scheduled for that agenda as well.
Miss Feely, could you reach out? Do you think you might have that by today, or?
I can work on that, or maybe try to get that to you before your evening session tonight,
perfect.
if that would be okay.
Yeah,
I could work on it this afternoon once I finish my agenda items with you this morning.
Great. I'll take that on, and I know Miss Sharf is listening, so you can work with her on that. I'd appreciate it.
So we'll take an IOU on that, but for now, so that is done.
Can I make 2 quick comments?
Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, two quick comments. You just moved the future council salary issue to January. I'm hopeful that we can ask the Charter Review Commission to look at it, because I hope that we've talked about this in the past, but I hope that no future council has to vote on their salaries.
Yeah.
I hope that we create some formula, but that's a discussion for another day.
I agree with you.
The other thing is, Ms. Johnson-Velez, since that's a workshop, I presume that we're going to discuss the issues, and that shouldn't we go ahead and, where did she go? Hopefully we can schedule at a night meeting or day meeting, like 2 weeks later, to actually put an agenda item to discuss maybe removing those. And the reason why I think they should be 2 different ones, typically we don't approve something in a workshop, but second, it gives a couple weeks for members of the public to come forward if they have any legal objections or precedent in their interpretation of this new state law.
Mr. Carlson, I don't believe they're going to be taking any action at that
No,
workshop whatsoever.
Well, what that's what I'm saying is
and
that.
then I think it should be, and whatever comes from that motion, depending on what you discuss, is council's choice then to set it for a future date.
But what I'm saying is right now, considering that we're moving things now into January, we may want to go ahead and schedule for 2 weeks later to put that on the agenda as a holding place so that the agendas don't get full. Because that could be a big discussion at a night meeting, for example.
And that could end up being an added
I
extra
think,
meeting.
I'm not privy to what's being discussed in the legal department. I just came back from a conference where that was a major topic of discussion. And a lot of cities and counties are struggling with this, the effects of this. But I don't know what is going to come of it, and perhaps whatever action has to be taken would probably have to be noticed in some form or fashion anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say let's take a good IOU on that.
Yeah, I just think we're going to need some time for the public to be able to know when it's coming back.
I don't think
And for sure, we shouldn't make any decisions at the workshop.
Well, I think your intention then is to communicate that council doesn't intend to do anything rashly on this.
Okay, very good. Okay, so hearing nothing else, we're going to move on to item 32. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, as Ms. Pointer shared earlier, I actually pulled all of the things, the memos and things from that January, or rather from that February 15th council session, and I mean, I watched myself say, like, to make a motion to move forward, that staff give or add the 2%, and so I'm really curious why staff did not follow the motion that council made unanimously.
Mr. Perry.
Can I ask?
Councilman Carlson.
Did you find, in your research, did you find that language revoking that was included or embedded in some other approval that we gave? Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
I think Mr. Perry and I have had this conversation, so I think he'll be able to provide some insight. Mr. Perry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Mike Perry, Revenue and Finance. I know accounting staff has done some research into it. Why we have not implemented, I do not know, ma'am. I'm just going to be real honest with you. I will tell you that a week ago Monday, I was appointed to assume responsibility for managing the accounting staff, and I was off last week. So I'm really in day 4 of managing that staff. Since that time, Justin Vasky, we've done research. We are looking forward. We're going to set up a meeting with Bank of America, who provides our merchant services. And right now, based on what I know, we can go one of two paths: either continue working with Bank of America, or go out and get a consultant who can guide us through this process. The other thing I'm also asking T&I to do is to be part of that, because I've seen enough implementations in the city where we go down one path, and since Fed is here, we go one path and Park Mobile goes, I can't do that. So we really need to do a comprehensive approach to this. I don't have a path to get there. I can provide that to you once we develop the plan. But I will tell you that Justin just provided me, and the accounting staff provided me a slide presentation from Manatee County, who went through these. And I just want to point out some of the highlights. Manatee County departments have unique operating and billing collection systems. They do different methods to process credit cards, detail electronic. They do point of sale, third-party vendor, gateway process, combination of each. I guess I'm telling you that this is not an easy process. So please give me some time to go ahead and develop a plan and implement that plan. And of course, as we go along the way and we need contracts, those contracts will have to come back before council for approval.
And I appreciate that. However, that is what we had asked Mr. O'Hara to do, and he came back with a plan, and we voted to follow the plan. And so I can't figure out what happened to the plan.
Can I?
Can Mr. Perry answer, and then you?
we all recognize you.
Can I just add to what she just said?
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Carlson.
Sorry, but just to further on, I think you had asked for it. He did an analysis of the options, and there were 3 or 4 options, and we chose one of them. And so all that study has already been done.
Yeah, I mean, it was his recommendation. So,
Let's let Mr. Perry.
Again, I had the budget office at that time. I still have the budget office. I was not involved in getting third party, and I apologize for that. Since I came back on Friday, Mr. Harrell's been on vacation, so he and I have not been able to communicate. So we are really being caught flat-footed. Please give me some time, give us some time to come back to you and provide clearer information.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtak.
and I just want you to, so how much time are you looking for?
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay.
A week ago today, I couldn't even spell merchant, okay? Here I am learning about it. I need to get myself up to date on the whole process. My experience is just like most of you. I take my credit card, I take my ACH, and I pay, and everything goes in the background. So let me get educated on the process, please.
So, Mr. Perry, let me ask a simple question. If what I'm hearing is that this was in Mr. Harrow's portfolio or
It's really the former accounting officer's portfolio, Lee Huffstutler's.
and that person's gone.
Correct.
And with this, okay, very good. Councilman Hurtak.
Okay, so what I would like, and I know we have other people that want to speak too, but I would like, even if you're not completely done, I would like you to come forward, because we have to solve this before the budget. Well, I mean, not solve it,
Okay.
but yeah.
Get down the glide path.
Yes, because how about August 28th, just for a simple update, and what I am looking for is, and you might have this number right now, how much money we allocated to this in the 25 budget
Allocated to what, ma'am?
to paying paying
Okay,
credit
I
card fees.
apologize.
Because I know, and I believe it's only for water and parking, water, wastewater, solid waste and parking.
Right, that's the impact of the
Okay.
financial resolution is for consumer affairs and parking.
Okay, but overall, is there any other credit card, is there any other place where people pay with a credit card that we're paying?
Let me look at the report from.
And again, I mean, you can give this to us
Okay.
in August.
Okay.
Or if you have it in advance, it would be nice to maybe send an email. I'll work with you on that. But not only that, because from my understanding, there's already $2.5 million that was the initial ask for the 25 budget.
I cannot confirm or deny
Okay,
that.
because this is an additional $2.5 million.
I think that, I'm not going to say anything, confirm or deny that, ma'am, because I just don't know that.
And I just want to state that this $2.5 million, if we hadn't gotten that paving money back, is paving money. Like, if you want to pay by credit card, that's fine, but that's your option. Anyway,
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think that analysis by department was in the, I'm going by memory, but I think it was in the one a year or two ago. The other thing, just for anybody who's watching this for the first time, several years ago, I think it was the federal government allowed merchants to charge credit card fees. They get charged anywhere from, I think, 2% to 4%, depending on what credit card you use. The issue is that people who pay cash are subsidizing the people that pay credit cards. And if I recall, I'm going from memory, I think the total cost of the city was somewhere around $4 million. And so this is $4 million that we would have to raise rates. So we'd have to raise water rates or other rates to cover that. And by doing that, it means the people who are not using credit cards are subsidizing everybody else. And so many merchants, or most merchants, have gone to, in most government agencies, have gone to charging. And the options were something like either a fixed fee per transaction, like $2 per transaction, or it was a percentage. And there were different options. And so the idea here is to recover expenses that are being incurred and not charge all the ratepayers because of the costs that are incurred by a few. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shelby?
And
I'm sorry, just a question for the maker, well, Councilwoman Hurtak, is then your motion then to continue this particular item?
I would like Mr. Maniscalco and anyone else who wants to speak first, and then I will make a motion because I don't know what he's going to say.
Okay, because you had raised coming back on a particular day.
Yes, but I really, I mean, he really wants to speak, so I want to let him speak, and then we'll do something.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you so much. So, to get this straight, we are not charging the payer or the consumer a convenience fee or credit card fee if they're paying when it comes to parking and water.
And probably the other departments who also use credit cards, such as construction services, and I do believe we may have some point of sales out in the Parks and Recreation Department.
Okay, and we'll wait for your report when you come back.
Yes.
I know someone that was paying their rent with a credit card, and they were paying like a 2.8 or 3% fee with credit card. So I told them, just pay ACH out of your bank account.
Yeah.
And they still got charged a $2.50 convenience fee. Yeah, it's only $2.50, but the only way to avoid that was to go in person to the landlord and bring a check. And, you know, by the time you spend the gas, there's your $2.50. I renewed my license plate registration, vehicle registration the other day. I got a convenience fee. I use Park Mobile, I get a convenience fee. I mean, it adds up. And when I saw that, when that person paid that rent the other day, and they did it ACH and still got a fee, I'm like, everybody charges a fee. And why are we subsidizing other taxpayers in general? This is a lot of money, $2.5 million, because everybody charges the convenience fee. And we certainly need to look at this, because this, as was already mentioned, this is paving money. It's a lot of money. I mean, again, everybody, I'm trying to think where I go to a restaurant, they're not charging me a credit card fee, because I took my mom out to eat last night for her birthday, 39 years old, and I know.
She'll appreciate that.
But I'm trying, I mean, like, everybody's got something, and this is big money when it comes at the end of the day. So we'll wait for your report. Yes. I know you're new in this, you know, as things have shifted, but I appreciate it. But again, I'm glad Councilmember Hurtak brought this up.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I put it on the Wolf. This is the memo, and I will make a copy and make sure everyone gets it. But this was Mr. O'Hara's memo, and it talked about the estimated billing and the outside vendors. It literally has everything on it about what we had considered. And so I'll make sure that everybody gets a copy of this memo and any other memos from there. But yeah, absolutely. We have, thank you, Councilmember Carson, for reminding me we had already done this research. I'll make sure you get a copy as well.
So, Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to make the motion to continue this item to August 28th?
But we'll get it for you.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion to continue this item to August 28th? Mr. Perry?
I need I think you need to, the motion does, I need the financial resolution done so we can pay the bills, because they're coming from the bank and we don't have a choice of not paying them. They just hit our accounts.
So then that would be a new business. We will address this then.
So Ms. Scharf and I will work with your office either at lunch or between regular and evening session to get a motion that makes sense.
Okay.
If that works for you. And I will, obviously, I have to make a motion in front of everybody, so if anybody wants to add anything, reach out to Kelly.
So can we get a motion to move item 32 so we can pay the bills?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
We're cornered.
Clerk?
I know, but it's a...
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no and VR being absent at vote.
Thank you. And so we will look forward to new business to address this issue for another date.
Well, Mr. Chair, will that be a written report or a verbal, in-person report?
We're gonna address that in new business.
Yeah, but it will be in
Okay.
person.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that'll come in new business, so for clarity. Okay, Ms. Hurtak, you pulled item 51.
Just quickly, Ms. Scharf is here. Would you prefer that to be these documents to be emailed or hard copies? Okay.
So item 51. Councilman Carlson?
That the clerk is copied too, so we can.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I want to make sure that everybody that it becomes part of the public record. So yes, if I know Ms. Scharf is listening back there, so please make sure the clerk is copied so that we can get this on added to the on-base record. Okay, item number 51. I just had a very simple question. As I talked to Mr. O'Hara during the first of many budget conversations, and one of the things I just wanted to make sure is the way that the FY24 extra money ended up in the general fund is because that's what happens at the end of every year. And I do realize that we are not going to be able to expend all $12 million by the end of the year. So I wanted to know exactly what it will take to make sure that the amounts that we allocated and that we're approving today then get transferred to the exact same buckets in the 2026 budget.
Okay,
Mr. Barry.
will do.
Oh, so since we're starting a new item, can you state your name again, please?
Oh, sorry. Mike Perry, Revenue and Finance. Item number 51 is a financial resolution as council requested, moving assigned fund balance resulting from the year-end fiscal year 2024. So before you is approval of a $12 million financial resolution, which appropriates money into the Stormwater Special Revenue Fund, Service Fund, I apologize. It moves money into the Local Option Gas Tax Fund for resurfacing and sidewalks, and it also moves money into the Grant Program Fund. Now, to answer your question, Councilwoman Hurtak, the good thing is this money leaves the general fund. As soon as I get a resolution number, the money will move, hopefully by tomorrow, and it'll go to those funds. As I have up here, I'm going to get geeky on you, so apologize. We have what are called closing funds, which means on September 30th, their appropriation goes away. And so as far as the Stormwater Service Fund, whatever money is unused, we'll have to come back to council to reappropriate those funds. But those monies will be in a separate fund, the Stormwater Service Assessment Fund. The other two transfers, one to the Local Option Gas Tax Capital Fund, is moving towards a capital construction fund. And in capital projects, once we appropriate the funding to the project, it stays during the life, generally for the life of the project. So it will mean we may move it administratively, but I don't think we're going to do that. I know I'm not going to do that. And then the same thing with the Housing Grant Fund, that money goes there. Even though it's not a grant fund, we treat it like it is because of the nature of what we're trying to do. And so we will continue moving those funds into next year administratively. Hopefully that answers your questions.
Yeah, two questions, and sorry to have to ask you this for transparency purposes, but is there any way the administration can use the capital projects fund or any of this on the South Howard project?
No, because the South Howard project is currently funded at least in two funds. I think two or three. Two of them may be bond funds, which is outside of the Service Assessment Fund, and the other fund is the Capital Improvement Fund, which is a distinct and unique project.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a rhetorical question, but I just wanted to make sure because the community wants that project canceled. The other question is there anything in here that prohibits the administration from using this money on parades? That we learned that from public records that the administration used stormwater money to man parades, which upset the public. Is there any prohibition on using this money for parades, or can they do that?
I'm not aware of any legal restrictions in the Stormwater Service Fund, but remember Mr. Vitti came back and we moved 11 people out of the Stormwater Service Fund back to the Mobility Fund, and I think part of that was to address the issue with the parades.
I wonder, Marty or Mr. Vasquez, is it possible we could just add another line to the motion to prohibit the administration from using this money for parades?
Justin Vasquez, Legal Department. That's a little tricky. That sounds like more of an administrative function that you would be trying to stop. So I would say
Except
no.
it's stormwater money that the public thinks is going to be used for stormwater and not parades. So anyway, we'll address it another way. But if we, Marty, are we allowed to put in I don't think we're allowed to amend their proposal, right? We can either accept it or reject it. We're not allowed to.
And the budget amendment is a stack of numbers and a stack of funds. So I don't believe you could put in provisions. You can't make things provisional. The way
Enterprise funds, though, have restrictions already, right? But somehow allegedly they used stormwater money, which is the enterprise fund, on parades, which they shouldn't have done.
Councilman Hurtak.
I appreciate and agree with you on that, and I think one of the ways that we can monitor it and that we are talking about monitoring it is stormwater reports. Right now we're getting the actual work, but maybe if we also added some financial reports to that. And I mean, to that end, I want to let you all know that I actually am proposing to have a separate budget stormwater evening meeting. I know that's going to be hard, it's not going to be fun, but I am hoping to have that meeting on August 11th, that evening. And I can talk about it later, but I really just wanted to say that, and that's the night, that's Monday night after the enterprise fund budget discussion. But so I agree with you, but and I appreciate your explanation. I'm also probably just going to do a motion later to make sure that goes where it's supposed to, even though it sounds like it will. I would feel better with a motion for the 2026 budget.
Councilman Rand, I saw your light was on. Did you want to speak?
No.
Okay. Councilman Bureau.
Yes, sir. I was just going to suggest, I mean, if that's something, I'd be glad to second a motion that something to the effect of every quarter seeing what, if any, stormwater funds were spent on parades or something, if we can't legally do it with this, if that's something, just an idea.
Yeah, I was actually going, during our budget process, I was going to actually seek some clarity, and I know I've spoken with our budget and analyst about this as well, of creating, and I know Mr. Shelby and I've had conversations about this in the last 2 years, of what kind of guardrails and direction we can put on as council, as you know, as we move forward in a more mature council, as we're getting more hands-on on these issues. I think that we probably need some legal interpretations of where we are at and what we are within our realm of responsibility.
And if I could respond just very briefly, I'd be happy to talk with Mr. Vasky about looking at the documents that control the spending of this money, the ordinances and the like, and see if that could be.
What kind of direction can council provide? What kind of guardrails
you
can
could,
council provide?
well, the thing is, if it requires, it may perhaps putting it in an amended ordinance or document that actually controls what the direction is, policy-wise, to the administration.
So I'd look forward to that conversation and continuing that. So you and I offline can talk about that and maybe get it on either a workshop or a schedule or one of our schedules.
If I may, that's actually one of the things I'd like to talk about with a special stormwater budget workshop.
But I mean, I think it transcends beyond just.
Oh,
stormwater.
I agree,
I mean,
but
it's across every line of business.
Sure.
About,
but if we can talk about it in stormwater, then we might be able to replicate
as a catalyst.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's sort of like the art space discussion we were having earlier, using it as a catalyst for
Okay.
housing in
Very
other
good.
types
Can
of
I
housing.
say one more quick thing?
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, Marty, one possible solution, maybe after the budgeting process, is if we had a workshop to talk about the enterprise funds and how they're governed. Some of them are governed by, I know, by bond covenants, but some of them I think are more accounting, and maybe there's a reason why we should more formalize them through ordinances to set guardrails for the enterprise funds in general, because we've seen enterprise funds being shifted around, and we ultimately have to prove them. But if it says moving from this account to this account, we can't see exactly what it's going to be spent on. But if we create an ordinance to create a box around it, maybe that would help. But another discussion for another.
Okay, so we're back to item 51. What is the pleasure?
I'll make a motion to move.
We have a motion from Councilman Hurtak to move item 51, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? Ayes have it. Thank you. Oh, well, you know, you talk as much. Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Berry. I appreciate it.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Okay. So we are moving on to item 70, staff reports. We have
Good morning, council. I don't know, can you hear me okay?
We can, loud and clear.
Perfect. Good morning. Yes, Adri Colina, Director of the Department of Logistics and Asset Management. I'm here on item 70. A memo was submitted, and this is requesting the renewal of the JOCS multi-services contract for the coming year.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtak?
I have no concern with this. The only thing is, members of the public have been asking what was this spent on last year? And so I was hoping that we could just get a list of the projects that it was worked on, and then maybe even in the future, as you come back every year, just to have a list of those projects, because I think it's good for the community to see the small businesses that we're able to support with this, and the types of work they do for the city. So I would request that a copy of that list. Do you have a timeline for when you might be able to provide that?
Yes, actually, I want to apologize to you because you may recall we came before you in January and we did provide an update at that quarter of what had been completed and where we were. And honestly, council approved the multi-services contract, the existing one, last August. And then we ran into hurricane season, so on and so forth. Anyway, the end of January, we did give you a report on where we were. And there was a report submitted for Q3. And it got lost in emailsville. We just found that out this morning, so I apologize for that. But I can tell you that during that quarter, we had 6 projects closed. So from January to March, and very excited to share with you that the JOC program is doing exactly what it intended to do. Those 6 projects, one was open, notice to proceed in December of 24, some in January and some in February, and they all closed by the end of March. It was nearly $300,000 that were confirmed as paid to WMBEs and SLBEs. So we're working very closely with EBO and the purchasing department. The projects that were completed during that time includes work at Tampa Convention Center, 3 different parking garages, Fort Brooke, Pam Iorio, and the Convention Center, and work at a parks, Dundee Park, and water department front gate. So we're hitting a lot of departments. We're spreading the love among contractors as we promised, and it's happening expeditiously. So I'm happy to have this opportunity to share the report, and we will get the written report to you that definitely shows the projects and shows the ones that we have active.
So if I were to make a motion for just a written report, so you could come back and provide that, so you wouldn't have to come to us, just a written report on one of our agendas, what kind of timeline would you like? How about a month?
So we propose submitting them together with the regular purchasing reports that you receive, so that, because again, we do this in tandem, so we can keep that continuously if that works for council.
Okay, that's fine. So do you want me to make a motion to add that to the purchasing report?
I believe there already was a motion, and as I'm like from last year, and we've gotten something end of January. And again, the Q3 report, I apologize, is somewhere in emailsville, but you will have it soon, and then we will keep that cadence of quarterly reporting.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Very good.
Yes, thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, unanimous. Okay, Brad Baird, items 71, 72, and 73. Not Brad Baird. The other Brad Baird.
Richard Mutterback, Contract Administration. Brad Baird sitting in a dentist chair somewhere. I'm sure he'd rather be here.
No, I suspect he would rather be in the dentist chair.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Councilman Carlson.
My only question on these is, and it's a concern of Harbor Island because things have been slid into contracts unexpectedly in the last few years, but can you confirm that there is no budget included in here to build or direction to build red lights on Franklin Street by the convention center?
Yes, sir. This is only for Whiting Street from Meridian to Channelside District, and it includes no lights whatsoever. It's streetscape and underground utility relocation.
Great, thank you.
Isn't it? Okay, and 72.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to approve items 71 and 72. A second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, ayes have it. And who's going to present for 73? And this is no action required. This is just a presentation.
Eric Weiss, Wastewater Department Director. Item 73 is a award of a construction project at the Howard Curran Wastewater Treatment Plant. It is part of the master plan and a pipes project. It has a real technical name, Diffused Air Reactor Rehabilitation Project. In layman's term, that means it's the wastewater treatment process that removes the nitrogen from the wastewater. Two things this contract is doing is rehabilitating anywhere from 30 to 50-year-old equipment that's past its service life. And really the second thing is it's expanding our capacity to remove more nitrogen from the wastewater. And I would say one last thing about it too is it's really kind of the crown jewels. This nitrogen removal process started in the 1970s from the Clean Water Act when we did this. So really this process is kind of credited with helping restore Tampa Bay and keep the water quality the way it is today.
Excellent.
I'm here for any questions.
Councilwoman Hurtak, then Councilman Maniscalco.
Isn't this also part of helping us reduce, to follow the state law that requires us to reduce the discharge or the amount of nitrogen in discharge?
Not directly, because you got to do a beneficial use from that.
Okay.
It will reduce the nitrogen.
Okay, thank you.
Before that due date, but no.
Councilman Maniscalco.
You know, Brad Baird told me a story one time. He still might have the glass to test that the water, or show that the water was so clean that they drank it out of champagne glasses.
Yeah.
And he might have the original glass, but we have a lot to be proud of, because going back to the early days, back to the 70s post EPA, we've always been on top of water quality. Thank you.
Yeah, we've had such a significant loss of seagrass too, so anything that we can do to improve the quality of the water that we're discharging, and the seagrass is still dying, so we definitely got to get on top of that. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, we also know from previous testimony that this water that he's already putting out is many times cleaner than the water that's coming out of the Hillsborough River.
Yeah.
And so the Hillsborough River is significantly affecting the bay, but also this section of the bay that is near this plant is much healthier than the other sections that don't circulate as much. And so this water is most likely helping it. And had the Buckhorn administration not changed the law, this water would be a beneficial use because it's helping the seagrass, and what you're doing is going to be better. The thing I want to say beyond that is thank you to, I've said this to you before, but thank you so much during the hurricanes and after there were some wastewater issues, and we sat together with some very, very angry homeowners, and we can understand their anger because they had wastewater in their streets and sometimes in their houses. And I just want to thank you and your staff for being so incredibly responsive, and you stood there personally and worked with them and the issues on Davis Island and others. And that's an example of good government where we listen to the people and we respond to them and we adapt things based on what the people need. And in wastewater, there's probably nothing more important to make sure that we're adapting our science and our processes to make sure the public is best served. So thank you.
Thank you.
And our czar of water, Councilman Moran.
No, I'm not the czar of water, but I can tell you this: there's no water that we drink here in Florida that's not cleaned out to the best ability, because our water mainly comes from the Green Swamp in the Hillsborough River. That's where it comes from. And that is not 100% clean. But we have, through technology, all the water departments throughout the country know how to work it and how to take everything out, so it makes it what it is today. And I still believe that City of Tampa is fortunate to have the individuals we have working in wastewater, water, and tertiary treatment plant, that they do such an outstanding job that they're excellent, not excellent, superior and excellent at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We look forward. No, we don't have to do anything on this one. Yeah, we'll hold it again in August. And if there's no objection from staff or from council, I think that I'm going to try to push through and finish the agenda before lunch, and then we'll be done until tonight. Is that good with you guys?
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Item 74.
This is the one that
Councilman
I
Hurtak, yes.
wanted to talk about.
Yep.
We talked about doing a stormwater audit, and I've been working behind the scenes with staff, and this turned out to be a little bit bigger than an audit. Ms. Glover really talked about right now she has a lack of staff. The private sector keeps poaching our people. So it's not her fault. It's just, she's too good. So one of the things I thought about instead of doing an audit for stormwater is to simply add a very specific budget meeting that would occur on August the 11th, which is the evening, that would be a Monday night, that would be the evening of the same day that we're having the enterprise fund budget, and would focus specifically on stormwater, both operations and capital. We could talk about this. We could talk about where all the stormwater money is coming and going. Right now, we have a lot of money. And because of item number 82 that had to be continued because of a host of different reasons, Ms. Kopesky won't have that data until August 11th. So we will be able to hear it August 11th. We'll be able to take it on, 7th, and we'll be able to take it on August 11th and really discuss where we want to put money. But having it at 5:01 also allows the public to come to talk about what, quite frankly, was the most traumatic thing that most of our citizens went through last year, and to ask for specific portions and for us to be able to make sure that we can fund stormwater the way we need to fund it.
So if I hear you correctly, you're going to put forth the motion to remove item 74 from this agenda. Then during new business, you'll propose adding a evening session on August 11th to address stormwater, which will incorporate the issues that you had intended in item 74.
Yes, but I would like to do that now. And I do also want to say that I've spoken with staff. I've spoken with chief of staff, Ms. Duncan, her office. They are prepared to do this. I see Mr. Campbell in the back nodding his head. He is prepared to have this meeting as well.
Can I get a motion to waive the rules to be able to address the new business item currently?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Vera. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay.
And I second the motion.
So my motion is to strike item 74. That's my first motion.
So remove item 74 from the, we have a motion to remove item 74 from today's agenda, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. I'm sorry, Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And again, I move, just because of the importance of this issue to this community right now, I move to add an extra special call budget workshop focused on stormwater to August 11th, which is a Monday at 5 p.m. in City Council chambers.
Did you check to see if the council chambers available? Do we know?
That is the one thing I did not do.
Clerk, can you tell whether August 11th in the evening is council chambers available?
Oh, I thought I had all my T's crossed. I missed an I.
You know, it happens. Not to say we couldn't do it somewhere else.
True. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll make the motion now, and if anything changes, we can handle it this evening.
We have a motion to add the special call meeting for stormwater on August 11th from Councilwoman Hurtak. Who was the second?
At 5:01, 315 East. I don't know why I can't remember that. 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida 33602.
We have a second from Councilman Carlson. Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir. I believe I'm actually going to be out of town that week with my son, but I will try to appear virtually for part of it. So
we have a day meeting that day too.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we have the motion from Councilman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
I just want to say thank you so much. I think this is what this community needs to really talk about this and what we're going to do. We've been talking about it piecemeal. I really think that having just one meeting will really help people.
Can I?
And if there's something else you want to add to it.
Just one clarification. I think we ought to go back to the date of the second stormwater tax and come forward. So like 2015, 2016, whenever exactly that was. And because the public wants to know why maintenance wasn't done and why certain things weren't done.
And Ms. Kopesky, are you okay with that?
Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst. Yes, so there's been some preliminary discussions with Revenue and Finance on that. We would just want to reconfirm agreement on how the data is presented in terms of completeness, but we're good to go with that.
And anybody between now and we can talk, when doing new business,
Yes.
we can talk about some of that stuff as well.
So yes, if between this regular meeting and that evening session, if there's anything else anyone wants to add, we can make a motion for it this evening. Also, talk to Ms. Kopesky and share your thoughts.
Okay, here we go. We're going to move on to item 75. This is Council.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before that, may I, it's my intern's last day.
Yes,
if I
it
may,
is.
sir. Thank you.
You
very
got to
much.
stand up there in the spotlight.
Go for it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today
State
is.
your name.
Oh, yep. Have at it. Yep.
Name is Wes Prue.
Thank you, Wes. And so today is Wes's last day here at Tampa City Council, and he's done such a great job. And it's funny, I learned that at FSU, you're going to be roommates with Adam, who works with Councilman Carlson, which is so serendipitous. I mean, you talk about, yeah. But Wes, I didn't know not to put you in the spot. I mean, if you want to say anything, buddy, you may.
Nothing much, just working around the office has given me a really good eye for what it is to be a public servant. I feel like I've learned a lot from this internship, and I also got the chance to write on some things that I became passionate about through writing about them. I didn't think that I would be so interested in some of the things that I got the opportunity to write about. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, so I would go, if you want to mention the topic, you may.
I can.
Of course, yeah. Please.
I've been writing about the Office of Returning Citizens, and if we would do anything like what some other city centers have done for an Office of Returning Citizens in Tampa. Anything between like writing a potential model that could be a physical office or something as simple as a website. It's a really it's something that I found myself pretty passionate about.
Sounds like a white paper in college.
Excellent.
It is, and so we spoke on it. I guess was it the day before yesterday? We spoke on it, and you could tell Wes's passion and just how much he believes in the topic and everything like that. So, a lot of the information that you gave me was very pivotal, and so I just thank you very much. And as I do for my interns, I got you a present, which is funny. When we went out for coffee that day,
Make the rest of us look bad.
hey, but this is mine are always tailored to the need.
Hey, Leo,
So-
if you're listening to it, don't expect a present.
So we talked about Wes, like I said, is a very big Led Zeppelin fan, so I didn't get you something of Led Zeppelin, but I mentioned to you the time that Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin tried to make Robert Plant jealous and get him into doing a reunion tour with him by going with David Coverdale of Whitesnake and formerly of Deep Purple to do an album, and I got you, which is really cool. I think it's a great album, but Coverdale Page, which is this is like to me, this is a great album. So it is. It's, again, it was like a move to get somebody back, but I think you'll like it. So that's David Coverdale and then Jimmy Page. So
are we going to have to de-geek you after you've left this office? Is
That is amazing. That is so amazing. I
You're
actually
awesome.
just started collecting records.
That's cool.
You have to share with the rest of us.
Councilman Carlson, did you have something
we
you want to say?
appreciate you.
Did you want to
Thank
say?
you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. I didn't know that you were going to be roommates with Adam, but some of the best ideas come from college students or young people. And think about I always say this: Alexander the Great ruled the world at like 23, and of course he was a prince, but young people are innovating and developing things all over the world, and you all may come up with some brilliant, probably will come up with some brilliant ideas that will help us as you reflect on your experience here and you watch from afar. So please call us if you have ideas. And if one of us says no, call the rest of us and see if we'll support it, okay? I hope you guys come up with something great. And also I say to everybody, when you get ready to come back, my son just graduated from FSU a year ago. And if you go to the career services department there, they won't have lots of jobs from Tampa. There's a great network in Tampa. We'll connect you. And you can easily get connected to lots of opportunities here, but we need really smart, motivated people back in Tampa. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilman
It's been a pleasure having you in the office. You've been really joyful, and you always have a smile on your face, and it's been nice having you here. So good luck in your next, and we look forward to your return to Tampa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay.
So we are moving on to item 75. Councilman Vieira, this is your
Oh,
item.
yes, sir. Thank you very much. And Wes, after this, I'll give that to you. I'll meet you outside if I may. Yes, sir. I'll speak if I may. After Ms. Nguyen, I just go ahead, ma'am, and I'll speak.
Okay, Osea Nguyen, Administrative Neighborhood and Community Affairs. Council, you asked me to come before you today to speak on the Disability Internship Program at twofold. First, as to inquire of which departments are accepting interns, and the other piece is why, if they're not, why. First answer, the workforce partnerships, ADA, T&I, Technology and Innovation, and Parks and Recreation are some of the departments, or are the departments that have accepted interns. Now, to get to the why, I think that the answer to the why is twofold, or two problems we're solving. One problem is to increase the department participation in the program, and the other problem that needs to be resolved is how to strengthen the current gaps in the program or the weaknesses so that we can realize a sustainable program going forward. So I want to make sure that we're not solving one problem and overlooking the other. I think that if we address the increasing the department's participation without addressing the current challenges, it will continue to increase frustration. And I know there's been frustration from you, Councilmember Vieira, frustration from the service providers, frustration from staff, and unfortunately, I can only think that there's frustration from the interns themselves. So we need to fix that. So the first thing we need to do is, how do we address the root cause of the problem? How do we get to the bottom of the why? When we understand the why, we can understand how to do the how. How do we fix it? 2 years ago, when you approved the intellectual internship program, it was approved as a pilot. And I think that the program served its purpose since 2023 in terms of a pilot by helping us address what are those issues, what are the feasibilities, how effective is the problem, what are the challenges before we expand this full scale. And as a result of that, I'm ready to talk about what we can do going forward. So assessing and hearing the service providers and hearing from the supervisors of the programs, we have identified certain opportunities to improve. The service providers have complained that the whole process is taking too long. That the interns are, if they're properly placed, how do we ensure that they have a continual growth in that position? Internally, some of the concerns that have come forth, both real and perceived, from our staff and the supervisors is the high demand on supervision, the pace of some of the work environments for the interns, as well as the lack of staff training specifically for effective support strategies and disability adequate. So even though we have an ADA training, we don't have that training that's tailored to how to help the students grow and thrive in an internship environment. So what I did is that I researched local government agencies around the nation who have a similar internship program so that we can pull from the best practices. And in doing that, let me first say, I want to talk about how we're similar. The similarities from what a lot of the agencies are doing, what most of them are doing, and what the city of Tampa is doing is that we have a paid internship. So thank you so much for that. The organizations or agencies that I looked at were the Matuma County, Oregon. And the uniqueness about the program that they have is they partner with the non-profit agencies to deliver the program. We don't do that. The Wisconsin Board for People with Development Disabilities, even though this is a state board, they align closely with the local agencies. They use their program to place their interns in state agencies as well as within the local government and disability organizations. And a unique feature of this program is that not only is the intern able to realize the internship, but if family members who are taking care or who have interns or family members with disabilities may also partake of that as well. The Connecticut Department of Aging and Disability Services, they are agency-specific internships, and what that means is this. They're partnered with a hospital or a social service agency, and that's all they partner with to provide customer service skills, or if it's a hospital, the culinary kitchen type skills. And again, they use a workforce partnership or some type of agency as the liaison. And the city of Chicago, they offer a broad municipal internship program, and they sponsor the paid internships. Again, they have another entity leading the charge and the cause. There are other agencies, but these are the ones that stood up with having successful programs and not just having a program. So some of the key observations and takeaways are that most of these local government internships for people with disabilities are embedded in an inclusion program or within a workforce type pathway program, so that these interns can learn a pathway or sustainable skills rather than just doing a job. They can develop skills to take them forth further. Many of these local government agencies, they adopt structured models, as I mentioned, by partnering with a zoo or partnering with a hospital. They all provide, and this is something we don't do, one-on-one coaches, peer mentors, or a buddy system. And all of them offer training or require training for the people on the receiving end of the internship, so that they'll know how to conduct disability adequate, or if there's some type of challenging situation, they'll know what avenue or how to navigate those. So I just wanted to say that so realizing that we were here and what we deemed as a pilot, we learned all the failures of those opportunities to improve. And so based on some of the best practices, I would like to propose that we come back, bring back, implement some of those best practices to improve the output and outcomes of this program going forward.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Revere.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Wynn. You always work really hard, and you wear a lot of hats. In fact, I've said I think you wear too many hats. You know what I mean? And you're always a hard worker. But I want to go through. You had mentioned that I was frustrated. My patience has worn thin, and I'm disillusioned. And I'm going to go through a timeline that I think is very important. I understand Rome wasn't built in a day, but we've had more than a day, and this ain't Rome. So there's a lot of different challenges that I want to highlight with regards to a timeline. It's actually been 3 years. So back in September of 2022, I went to a McDonald's Training Center event that had a program like this, and I went, by golly, wouldn't this be a great thing for the city of Tampa to do? That year, I proposed that it passes in the budget in 2022, and it passes a six-figure investment, $15 an hour internship for people with special needs 3 years ago. Some time passes by, and I go, hey, look, let's stay on this, right? Because you push a program, you can't just throw it on people and go, okay, thy will be done. You got to have some accountability. So I asked for a report. July of 2023, we get a report to see how it's going and how things are going. That was 2 years ago. Creative Loafing does an article in July of 2023 on the program and the promises made and things that are going with it, right? So we've got that. And then I go, great, okay, things are moving forward. There's things that are being done and so forth. And so we have a meeting then in April of 2024 where we bring out the 2 interns who are part of this program. During that time, I have a meeting where, again, this is how I work. Before I come out in public and say I'm disillusioned and say I don't have any more patience and so forth, I have private meetings where I tell folks I'm having these issues. And before I make them public, I want to privately discuss them. And that's just what I did with a number of people, Chief Bennett and others. I met with them and said, look, we got major issues in this program. It's been 1.5 years, 2 years, and I don't see much of anything. And there's a community that is in such critical need of the benefits of this program, right, that we got to move it forward. So that's in April of 2024. And here we are. It's been 3 years since City Council passed this, and here we are. I do think that a recitation of the history of this program is important. I asked where the money went for the first couple of years, went back in the budget last year. Organizations were given the money that can help in this critical field of employment for people with special needs. But the intent of the program was to make the city of Tampa a stakeholder in employing people with intellectual disabilities. And that has not been done. And it will be done because I know that you have a wonderful heart. But the thing is that we need to inquire on what departments are going to be. It's not every department can work on it. There's a certain number of interns that we can have under the budget. We got to know what departments are going to work on it, which ones won't, and so forth. We take a look at the 2 interns who are here. I cite one of them, Eric, a nice young man who's with us. You know, I've seen Eric grow in that position. Eric's just a fine young man. His mom and his dad are very proud of him. His family's very proud of him. And Eric's going to be coming to City Council to talk to us about ways in which people with autism can put law enforcement officers on notice whenever they're pulled over that they have autism. You talk about a young man who is working and coming from his heart and who is able to expand his horizons, expand his wings, fulfill his God-given potential through this program. We should have had 15, 20 Erics by now. So again, my big thing is that when a commitment is made on a program like this, right, there's got to eventually be some realization of the commitments made. That's my big issue, because this isn't just a program. This is a program for people with intellectual disabilities. Some are out there right now, or at least about a dozen folks who could have benefited from this program who are probably right now at home. That's why I'm frustrated. Again, before I come out and say, look, here's the timeline, this is why I'm frustrated, I always give people a chance, because I don't like to start off from a 9 out of 10, right? That's something that's very, very important to me. I saw yesterday, I couldn't help but notice this, in the City of Tampa's social media site, they're talking about the internship program that they have here, which is great. Strongly support this. Why in the hell aren't we doing this for people with special needs? That's what I ask. That's what parents are asking. So that's the big issue that I'm making inquiries on, which is the City of Tampa has got to be a stakeholder on this issue. We have appropriated the money. The administration said yes. And so my issue is, why isn't this going forward 3 years later? When a commitment is made to me, right, on something that's so deeply personal to me, that is the cause of my life, in terms of my oldest brother who's intellectually disabled and so forth, I take that very, very seriously. So that's why I'm frustrated on this. So a couple of things. The special needs, and I'm going to make motions on this, if I may now or whenever, Mr. Chairman, the budget for this comes out of the nonprofits. I've always thought that's inappropriate because it's internal. It's not supposed to be for nonprofits. It's internal for us. So I was going to motion that in this year, these funds, $100,000, come from the general budget, okay? Because we were told that city council members, you have $100,000 for nonprofits, and by the way, Vieira, the nonprofit includes the special needs internship, which, by the way, if we funded it at $1 billion, we'd probably still have only 2 interns. That's part of my frustration. And then I'm also going to motion that starting in September, we have monthly reports written on the number of interns hired and what has been done to fill this program to capacity. I don't like to do things like that, but 3 years, 1,000 days, that's the length of President John F. Kennedy's presidency, right? We're still here. So that's what I feel that we have to do. So unless if anybody wishes to speak or anything of that nature, those are the motions that I'll be making. And again, this is not about the administration's doing this, the administration's doing that, and so forth. This is something that's very, very personal to me, and that we need to have movement on. And again, you're a wonderful person, a woman of empathy and compassion, as are everybody in the administration. But man, we got to make this a priority, because failure to do so ultimately leaves a lot of people behind who can't afford to be left behind. So thank you.
Mr. Councilman Vieira, your request for reports would be appropriate for new business at today's council session. For the financial issue, are you talking about 26 money? Yes. So I think that would be more appropriate to bring to the 26 budget discussion during those discussions.
And I'll discuss that.
Okay, very good. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I have to just say what the reality is on these things. The only way to get we can allocate money, but the administration doesn't have to do anything. The only time they move forward is if they can post on social media or send out a press release saying this is the mayor's idea and it's part of transforming Tampa's tomorrow. And so I think in whatever motion you make, you ought to make this program the mayor's idea and make it part of transforming Tampa's tomorrow, and then it will get done. Thank
you. Any other discussion? Thank you on that. And I guess you're going to sit there for a while because we've got a couple other issues for you, right?
am.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. I share Councilmember Vieira's sentiment of the great work you do, and you have so many different departments. Thank you for personally coming and talking to us about this and for spending so much time on it. It's an important program.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Next item on the agenda is item 76, Kiley Gardens.
Osea Wynn, Administrative Neighborhood and Community Affairs, we're asked to provide a 5-minute update on the status of Kiley Gardens and the parking garage located beneath. I wanted to make sure that council understands the layout of the asset, that there are multiple departments who have an ownership in the garden, in the asset. So if you could, in the structure. So if you can imagine hamburger type, the hamburger menus, you have the bottom layer, the middle layer, and the top layer. So for the bottom layer in the parking garage, which we were asked to speak about specifically, that part of the asset belongs to the parking division. In the middle layer, we know we have challenges with water intrusion. That's facility management. And the top layer, the park piece, that's Parks and Recreation. So when we talk about making the repairs, we have to make them from bottom up. And Fed Revolt is here to talk to you about what has transpired with the parking garage piece. Once we get that done, we can go up to the next level and the next level. So Fed, oh, you're right here.
Good morning, still. Oh, no, it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Chair. I know Councilmember Hertag, you had sent an email requesting some additional information. Not sure if you wanted me to go over the parking numbers now? Sure. All right, perfect. As Ms. Osea was stating, so on the parking side, we have done some work going back to 2019. So we are working with a contract admin. We have a design aspect, and we also have a construction aspect. So going back to 2019, we spent $30,500 to do design services for constructions work as far as like high priority repairs. We did those repairs back in 2021. It was amounted to $160,000. Going back, we needed to do additional work. So we issued another work order for design services. That was for $77,500. That report, we haven't done any constructions work with it. It's amounting to over $1.1 million to do all the repair that came out of that $77,000 design work. And then we also did, on behalf of Parks and Rec, contracted with contract admin with Walter P. Moore, we spent another $89,500. That's to look at what it will take to repair Kiley Garden, because the water is coming from the top down to the garage. So no matter what repair we do in the garage itself, until Kiley Garden gets repaired, parking will continue to have to do repair in the garage itself. So from the 89,000 design services that came back, it was over 11 million for Parks and Rec to fully repair Kiley Gardens, to make it essentially seal it waterproof, so that way parking don't have to continue spending money repairing the joints and expansion, concrete slabs and all of that. to my knowledge, Parks and Rec have not spent any money working on Kiley Garden.
Councilman Miranda?
I just want to say this is not a new thing. This has been going on for at least 20 years, 30 years. And the problem is that it's built underground. Cars are underground, really. And you're going to have seepage. You got the river next to you. You got the plants got to be watered. The water going through concrete, no matter how strong it is, will leak sooner or later. And there's where we have the problem. But it's been I'm not going to say incorrectly done, but it's been not an asset, but feeding something that will always need maintenance because of where it's at. It's continuous maintenance of what it needs.
And as part of our lease agreement, we have to do all CIP projects in the garage. It's per contract. So we'll have to continue repairing whenever we have water repairs that needs to be done.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So that was gonna be part of my first question is who actually owns the garage?
So the garage is 2 levels. The very, very bottom level is owned by the property owner, Banyan Capitals. The second level is owned by the city under the parking division. So that's the level that's directly underneath the park. So that's the level that get the water intrusion first. And then we lease that to the property owners.
So we have a contract where we are liable for that $1 million to fix the whole garage?
No, just the 1.1 million is just the top level that we
Okay.
actually own.
So the bottom level, which we do not own, has there been any look at any work being done there?
Yes, they're actually waiting on us to do our work first, so that way they can do their part. Because until we fix our part, where let's say the water's coming down from the Kiley Garden, make it down to the very top level, it will continue going to the bottom level until we fix the water leak. So we've been in communication with the property owner. So they actually engaged the same firm that we have, just to have the same folks looking at it. So they're waiting for us to do that 1.1 million work for them to do their repair.
And what, if I have, wasn't there a significant water intrusion during either Helene or Milton?
Yes, they fixed those repairs.
Okay,
But fortunately for us, it did not reach the top level.
But it basically flooded out.
The bottom level, yes.
And was that simply storm surge, or did it come up from the bottom? Do we know? Basically, I'm just sort of asking questions about the feasibility of keeping this garage.
It was actually both. The storm surge, the bottom level is below sea level, essentially.
Yes, yes, and
So-
that's been one of my questions. Okay, thank you.
I know Councilman Carlson wanted to speak to this, but I do have a question. I mean, obviously, a longtime resident of the city of Tampa, I've watched this park. Haven't we already, I know when we came in and removed everything, didn't we already try to reseal this at some point?
Not the park itself.
No?
Yeah,
We
no
just
work
took out
has
the-
been
We just
done.
took out the trees and didn't do it, okay.
That's correct.
Councilman Carlson.
But I think there, as Councilmember Miranda said, I think there have been several attempts over the last 20 or 30 years, right?
That's correct.
I mean, it is a perennial problem. But by the way, and partly asking this for former City Council member Linda Salcena. She, loves this park and believes in it, and as do many people in the community. The real question the community has is, first, is the city planning on scraping the park out? And then, if the answer is no, what could possibly be a timeline to restore it? And does the city have any plans to do that?
That's more Parks and Rec.
Osea Wynn, Administrative of Neighborhood and Community Affairs. We're entertaining all options, and once this the parks piece is repaired, we are on board a consultant to help us with the best use of the park and the things that we can do so we won't create this problem. So at this point, I don't have an answer for you, Councilmember Carlson, but we are, in fact, looking at all the options.
So best use could mean that you would scrape it and do something else.
It could be, if that's the if that's what the experts say, yes.
And just to throw on the table, not recently, but 2 or 3 years ago, I was approached by different landscape architects who had worked with Dan Kiley and knew exactly how to restore this and talked about how it could be done. I don't know what the procurement process is, but there are people who say that they know how to fix these problems and restore it. I don't know the cost, and this is within the downtown CRA also, I think, and so maybe it would be a discussion for the downtown CRA as well. But I would just encourage you to look at, as you're looking at all options, look at one to restore it and the other one, and then if you have another option, and then let's present the 2 or 3 options in a public hearing, let the public weigh in, and then we can see what also is in the CRA. There's got to be a holistic fix, but we don't know the price of it, so let's see it, and then and once and for all, we either fix it or we don't fix it. But it's been hanging out there for a long, long time before all of us were involved in it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
You said something about $11 million?
That's what came out of the design services for the park itself. That was their estimate back like 2 or 3 years.
So 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So
that's
that's
doubled
20
now.
now.
Now it's 20 million. Okay. Now that's what I thought you said. So there is some estimate already, but.
Yeah, and that was to literally rip everything out and then seal everything to
And
make
start
sure
again.
the water, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
So this might be to the director. Has this ever been in the CIP, the Kiley Gardens?
I'll have to look and see. Now, since I don't want to speak out of turn, so I probably shouldn't say anything, but since I've been in this position, I don't think it has, but I really would have to verify that.
Okay, sounds like something we probably, if one way or another, it's gonna have to get resolved. So yeah, it sounds like something we need to be looking at. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody
Yes.
else, any other further questions? Okay, we're gonna move on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next item of business is, where we at? That was not one. We are now on 77. Hey, Brandon.
Good afternoon, Council. Brandon Campbell, Interim Director of the Mobility Department. Thank you. I was just going to go over some of the highlights of our monthly operations report on stormwater that is available on our website, tampa.gov/mobility. Do I zoom this way? There we go. You all can see this? Mm-hmm. Okay. So as before, we put out our monthly report on the website. I will share some of the highlights and some of the things that have changed from month to month or from one year to the next, just to give an overall picture of where we are on the operations side of the stormwater program. Each month we list out all of the calls that we have. I wanted to point out that year to date, the first 6 months of this calendar year, we are at 70% high or 74% higher call volume compared to the same time frame of 2024. I think last month I mentioned to you my expectation would be that delta sort of normalizes, reduces as we get deeper into the storm season, knowing the trajectory and the increase in call volume late in the year last year. But it is a useful metric for me to look at to see, what the interest of the community is and how it has risen with respect to our stormwater system. I will also point out that for the month of June, we are at roughly double the call volume from June of 2024. I think that reflects some significant storm events, including on June 2nd when we had, I believe it was about 2.5 inches of rain over a 20-minute period in South Tampa. For the most part, those calls over the course of June were more than half over flooding issues or improper drainage or backup issues. Again, sort of reflecting what we would anticipate with some of the larger events that happened during the month of June.
Just quickly, it says calls for service April 20.
That should say June.
Okay, I just wanted to make
thank you.
sure. Yeah, thank you.
A few highlights from what we did perform through the month of June. We regraded 3,400 linear feet of ditches and mowed 83 miles of ditches. I've mentioned to you all before, our mowing cycle on our ditch system is 28 days, basically once a month to get to that. So when we talk about the maintenance of the ditch system, that's twofold. You know, generally we regrade and reestablish that flow line on a smaller percentage of ditches over the course of any given time frame, but we do continue to mow on a regular basis. Our ponds, we repaired 2,884 linear feet of fence. That's just fencing that is around those parcels that are part of the stormwater system. Generally, that's done through contract labor, particularly if there are larger repair requests, larger work orders, as I'll show you an example of here in just a minute. Our internal crews will do some minor repairs on that fence system. With respect to cave-ins, when I came before you last month, we were at about a 50-50 split on how many have been performed by a contract and how many have been performed by our in-house team. That balance has shifted. We did 8 with in-house crews and 26 with contractor crews. That is reflective a little bit of our shift toward focusing our in-house crews on more routine maintenance, but also getting those contracts that were just getting up to speed over that previous monthly report period and getting them really focused on completing that backlog of cave-in repairs. Again, you know, the report itself goes through all of our accomplishments with just some highlights that I wanted to bring to your attention. As always, calls for service. We answer the phone 24/7 at 274-3101. Some highlights, again, just visually of what we have done in the month of June. We regraded the Lemon Street ditch. As you can see with the spider excavator in the during picture there. We have also been installing cameras at all of our pump stations. They serve a dual purpose for monitoring of operation and just for security as well. Again, I believe I mentioned last month that we have our in-house crews do some construction and repair on damaged infrastructure as well as shown here with the Morrison and Grady inlet top repair. And then last, as I mentioned, we had done a significant number of fence repairs or a significant quantity of fence repair over the last month. This particular fence is in the Forest Hills area and had been damaged and was mostly, maybe completely replaced. Everything in the picture at least was replaced altogether. So with that, I know we will discuss in more depth and in more detail at the upcoming budget breakout, but happy to answer any questions that you've got here and now.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. What is the fencing? I mean, fencing, I was thinking, you know, chain link fence, keeping people out of stormwater ponds. What does the fencing do? Because we've had some questions about stormwater and do they, you know, why do they do fencing?
Sure. No, I think the answer would be different depending on the facility. I don't know the exact breakdown, but generally our fencing is chain link fencing. This one in particular happened to be like a split rail or similar type of fencing. So that one may have been in place in part for aesthetic purposes, but typically with our stormwater ponds, if there is a risk that we want to keep people from interacting with, we'll have a chain link fence in place. So the balance is more toward that chain link style fence.
Can you speak to the new equipment that you have added? Looks like that spider, I believe that's new and or repair.
So that spider is the one that we have had on hand. I know that there was some discussion about that $12 million budget allocation earlier today. Among the things that we intend to do with the stormwater portion of that allocation is to acquire a new spider. So we would have 2 at that point.
Okay, excellent. And so, and just to make sure you're expecting $3.5 million from us.
3.5, so from that budget allocation, I think it's broken down. I thought it was a different number, but it's whatever's broken down.
Well, initially it was 2.5 plus the 500 we allocated earlier, but we said no, we really want it to be the 3.5. So
I was thinking it was 3, but if it's 3.5, we'll find a good use to that.
yes,
additional
it's intended to be 3.5. So please let me know if it's not.
Understood. Thank you.
But in terms of that, we did give that half a million dollars early. What have you spent it on? How is it going? Like, give us a little update there.
So I would have to come back to you with a complete breakdown.
Okay. So
we do have some
on the
emergency contracts in
Yes.
place that we've spoken about in previous meetings. One of the items earlier today was for an additional ditch grading. It was just over $500,000. Whether that's a direct correlation with that 500 that you're asking about, I'd have to circle back on. But that's been our most recent changes to add that $550,000 or so contract.
And we've noticed multiple contracts coming through. Are there any contracts outstanding that can expect to come to us to do any additional work at this time?
I am not aware of any pending contracts, but again, I'm happy to look at what our procurement status is on contracts.
Okay, I appreciate that. That would be great to have the 11th. And then one more thing is that we got a lot of email about about a backhoe behind the Church of God along the train tracks between Lois and Manhattan that showed up, was there for apparently a photo op, and then disappeared. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know complete details on it. It happened while I was on leave, but my understanding was that we came back and completed the work that had started at that point. Again, happy to circle back, and if there's something that's outstanding there that remains to be done, then we'll figure out what the timeline is.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I would like to say welcome back also. Very happy that you're at least in this interim position, and appreciate all the collaboration from you and your team. So from where you are now, in citywide, but in particular in South Tampa, where most of the flooding happened, can you tell us what the timeline is for the remainder? How much more time do you all need to go through the rest of the maintenance?
That's a good question. Let me
Is it months
maybe
or
speak a little
years?
less directly to that, but I would like to say, I failed to mention before, we have a work order map that we have not yet published. It's imminent that it'll be on the website. So I think some of these questions and some of the things appended to the report I mentioned last month, we have like logs of where we have been. They're maybe not the most user-friendly, but we put them there in anticipation of a more user-friendly format of presenting to the community. I anticipate that being available I'll say imminent. I know they're meeting even this afternoon to try to tie up.
When the second stormwater tax was pitched in, I think, 2015 or 16, there was a promise made to the public that maintenance would be done in every area within 3 years. And we've seen that maintenance hasn't been done in some place in decades. So does that mean, is it a 3-year cycle to do the whole city of maintenance, or is it a few months? I know you're putting extra resources, but it's not something you can do within a month or two, correct?
Correct, yeah. I mean, it's a longer time.
Is it years or months?
It is. So our service level for ditch grading, and the expectation that is that we had committed to in that service assessment, as far as I understand it, is a 7-year cycle. That is a commitment to inspect and then to respond to what those inspections uncover.
I think especially since you're here now, whether you get the permanent position or not, you've been able to help with a lot of transparency. You're talking about the map that's coming up. What the public wants to know is tell us. They don't want photo ops. They want to know the truth about what's going to happen. And so if it's going to take 7 years or 3 years, if the more information you give about the timeline, where it goes, what the level is, if you dig a ditch and you dig it by a little bit, but you're going to have to go back in a year later and dig it deeper, that just the transparency on that would be good, instead of, and I'm not accusing you of doing this, instead of somebody creating a photo op of, oh, look, we're digging it, but okay, the public knows we didn't dig it deep enough or whatever. So the more transparency you can give, the better it would be. Yeah, and then do you know what, once all of that's done, is there going to be a schedule like every 3 years? Like how, if somebody's ditch was dug last month, the next time will be 3 years, or will it be 7 years, or do you have any, what's the regular schedule?
So that regular schedule should, at this point, be 7 years. I know we are looking at different options for service level expectations and what that might cost and what the implications might be in terms of the assessment itself. So I without being able to give you like a real detailed answer right now, I can tell you that that investigation is happening and that we will have those details to share in the near term. I would say toward the end of this calendar year. We're getting
And
close
two
to
other
it.
points which are not in your domain, and so I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking in general. City Council, right now, it's published when we're going to go on our City Council break next summer. And so this year's schedule was published a year ago. And we do that so that everybody can plan. And it's not just City Council that's gone. The aides are gone, and some clerks and others are gone during that time. I was very disappointed to see the day after our last meeting, so in effect the beginning of our break, there was an announcement that the mayor was going to have 4 meetings, town hall meetings about stormwater around the city. And at least I was not informed about it, and one of them was in my district. And by the way, all of them were scheduled during the time that we were gone. And so the public sees that as an effort by the mayor to circumvent City Council. And again, I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking in general. It doesn't build trust, and if somebody in whatever department was trying to pull a fast one on City Council, it didn't work because the public doesn't agree with it. The second thing is that, you know, there are some advisors to the mayor that act like spoiled children sometime. They sent out a memo after I spoke 2 weeks ago and said, "You're a liar, 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 you lied. There aren't areas that haven't been cleaned in decades." But we have testimony from the public in many meetings, and we have videos. There's even a whole Facebook page that has them. And I would encourage anybody who's interested, email me and I'll send you to the Facebook page. You can see, and I can walk you through the environments to show where the maintenance had not been done in decades. Instead of pointing fingers and saying liar, 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 what we should be doing is working on how to fix it. And instead of looking at it as a PR solution, we need to look at it as a real solution. I think you, now I'm going to speak to you again, I think you and UN and others, and Jeff, others in the department are genuinely trying to solve the problem with the resource you have. We just need to take the politics and the crazy PR stuff out of it, and really focus on solutions, because that's what the public expects. They're terrified that their houses are going to flood again, and people's financial livelihoods and everything have been turned upside down. And what I found in working with staff like you is that you all have been incredibly generous in trying to help individuals. All we need to do is be more transparent on the communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A specific question. Habana is paid by the county, correct? Habana.
Habana?
Yes.
That would be us.
South of Hillsborough.
Yeah, I believe that's us.
Okay. The storm drains that are south of Hillsborough, let's say south of Martin Luther King, it was brought to my attention the other day, and I live on Habana, but I shouldn't even say that. But, you know, someone might appear, but because they appear at church and they appear at other places. The storm drains they're blocked. I mean, there's concrete in front of one storm drain. Others are overgrown. I know that I see this on Armenia Avenue, and Armenia is maintained, you know, north-south roads, whatever, by the county. But on Habana, do we maintain that road? Do we maintain those storm drains?
Yes.
Okay. So then what I'll do is, and they'll just, I'll send photos to you or the department.
Yeah.
There's no available flow. I mean, there's some broken concrete in front of one. There's weeds and grass growing out of another. You know, it's just clogging up the system. So that was just my thing.
Yeah,
But,
please do send them my way.
Thank you very much. And again, to echo what Councilman Carlson said, we appreciate what you're doing. I mean, I think you and your team are going above and beyond. But as hurricane season is now here, you know, people are terrified, you know, and we have that dedicated funding with that special assessment. which we'll be having a workshop on stormwater further. But just the maintenance can go such a long way. And I think that's the biggest key. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon. All my questions have been asked and answered already. We appreciate you showing up today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the final item on the agenda, Councilman Vera, item 78.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'll speak after Ms. Feely, because thank you, ma'am, Ms. Feely. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. Abby Feely, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. This afternoon, I just wanted to start off by thanking you for your continued commitment to helping our residents and dealing with our recovery from Hurricanes Helene and Milton. These additional funds that were in the financial resolution this morning will give us a level of flexibility that we didn't have when we quickly stood up what we did back in March. You all know we didn't just have a pot of housing program funds that were unrestricted. What we used were SHIP funds. We pulled them together, we found what we had, and we started to stand things up. What we learned from the first program is that really, and if I can step back for just a minute, those funds were targeted in 3 buckets. Insurance premium reimbursement, if they had to cash in on their premium, and then we could help with that. Repair reimbursement, so they had to already have made the repairs, and we were reimbursing for that. And then the last was mortgage assistance. If they were out of their home but trying to keep their home going while they were somewhere else, and we were going from there. So those were the 3 buckets. And I think what we learned from those first funds, and we are still in the process of getting those out, is that the greatest need is really for direct repair. So and not reimbursable. So many homeowners haven't been able to make those repairs up front. They're still waiting to make those repairs, and with the funds that were allocated this morning, that can be more of a reality. That being said, I think the question is, what's the timeline? And our approach, for these new funds builds on what we have in place already. I don't want to have to set up a whole new program because, as you know, that takes time, and time is of the essence. So our goal is to learn from what we've been doing since the beginning of April and to move from there. The other thing I want to mention is, in looking at this, I also looked at other local governments. Nobody has put out funds. No one but us. So, and part of that, and I know you often say it, is we've been building the plane as we've been flying it. We jumped into action. We tried to figure out. We've learned from that. So we do want to continue the 3 buckets of assistance that we have now that we have funds that allow us to go beyond the 80% AMI, because we have people already in the hopper that were denied that. We also have people who didn't apply because they knew what the 80% limit was. So we're going to look at that. How do we broaden that net on those 3 buckets? But then the second part would be, how do we use our existing home repair and rehabilitation program? I still like to call it owner-occupied rehab because that's a little easier, but how do we expand that to have just a storm damage element? So, and in doing that, clearly we've already been thinking about how are we using these funds, but I do need a few weeks to get the nuts and bolts of that together for you. I can't tell you those funds are going out the door tomorrow. What I can tell you is, like I just did, City of St. Petersburg, Pinellas, they're all waiting on their CDBG-DR. We haven't done that. We have been able to help approximately 60 households, just close to $600,000 of the 3.2 million. So that has been going out under those SHIP funds. And we are going to be finishing out the applications that are in there. We have had not much success with the third party that was hired to do that. So starting next week, we're gonna have our own application, but that's still under those first set of SHIP funds. I don't wanna get that confused with where we are today. But I've been working with the team to say, let's make it through the last tranche of applications, let's run it ourselves, and let's make sure that everyone, who was in that program is getting that fair shake. Because I think today is about 5 months and something since we started all this. So, and I wanted to share with you too, I mean, we've helped real people. We've had a family who had a tree crash into their teen daughter's bedroom. They were able to get $20,000 to reimburse them for the repairs that they had made. We had another family whose house flooded. They tried to get their insurance, they couldn't, so they got $11,000, to put in all new flooring and repair their home. So we are helping real people and working through that. And the other part to this is, having been out with the construction permitting side of the house and dealing with people who are trying to get permits, having been out with the housing side of the house, and we truly understand how important this is for our community and the emotions that are running high out there and getting this done. So if I can have a few weeks, I'd like to bring you back a more formal timeline. I know you just passed this today. We have already been thinking about it, but as I said, when we stood the other one up, that we really didn't know how it was gonna go, I wanna have nuts and bolts put together so that the community can have reasonable expectations about this next tranche of funding.
Councilman Vieira, Councilman Maniscalco, then Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Abby, for your hard work, working with you on this, on the first set of funds. You've always done a great job, and our hands were tied because of state mandates, so I appreciate you, and this is going to be $2 million that will be more liberally allocated to middle class and working class families. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Councilwoman Hurtak as well. I was planning on bringing this up as a little bit over $1 million, and then she did an outline for 1.8 million, and then y'all upped it up to 2 million. So again, that's great. Everybody working together on this, and I think that's very, very important. It's good to talk about these families, and you talked about some of the families that have benefited. Unfortunately, again, the first round of funds were very restricted because of state mandates. I've talked to so many families. One of the things that you really glean from this discussion is, and it's something that I think came true with the Florida mandates, is how a lot of people really do believe that government doesn't care about them, and that government is not going to be there for the working class, government is not going to be there for the middle class. And so, God willing, these funds can help those people who have taken the worst hits. I went on Saturday to visit a nice woman. I remember we had, if you remember, that town hall at Forest Hills, and a woman came up to me, and she was just delirious, as she should be, lost her home, works at Walmart, very hardworking woman. And I always remembered her face, and I would think over the last few months what happened. I never saw her, and then when I went in the house on Saturday, it was her. And she didn't apparently qualify for the first round. A woman who works nights at Walmart, a very good woman, hard worker, owns her own home in Forest Hills, and we got to make sure that we're there for those folks, and I think that's something that's very, very important. So let me ask you, if I may, with regards to the income thresholds, I assume that's something that you're going to be working on, correct?
So I did bring the income limit chart with me, because I just want to say, whenever we've taken housing program funds, we've always used them to close the gap between the 80, which is where state and federal funds usually stop, up to the 140. And that would be our anticipation here as well. I mean, it's not going to be for unrestricted income.
Oh, of course.
But I just wanted to be clear on that. So yes, it would be, we would go up to the 140, as many of our programs do, and our HPF, they're called housing program funds, have been able to supplement.
And can you give us the, yes, ma'am. Oh, yep. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak. Yeah, that is important for folks to see that. So, and in terms of the pays for this, we can motion to. What do you think? You need a month or so, or?
Yes, I think I actually, if I could come back on September 18th, if that would be okay.
Great.
Or I can put in a written report for the 18th, whichever
Wonderful.
you wish.
And then a final question I had was, on the mortgage assistance, do the potential beneficiaries, do they need to be delinquent on their mortgage to benefit?
I believe that is how that has been working. Yes, they had to be, I think, 30 days, just 30 days in the rears for us to be able to assist. Can we reform that for this? Because
as we've discussed before, I'd hate to mandate that somebody have their credit shattered to benefit, because there's people I know who have taken on second jobs, additional shifts, and so forth to be able to benefit from this. So I would urge that, which is to have some potential reformation of that. Because again, I wouldn't want people to have to be delinquent on their mortgage, because there's a lot of people that have taken on extra jobs so they can keep that going. So I would, urge you all to do that. So that's it. But again, thank you very much, and everybody working together on this. This is good. And by the way, the fact that no other local government has done this, that's terrible. I understand that the funds coming in are a lot more, but we need to do everything that we can to help people now. And if we provide a down payment on the larger thing that is going, Milton happened in October of 2024, and we're all, 9-10 months since then. So, gosh, local government spends so much money on so many things, and for no other government to be putting $1 million or $2 million to something like this. So I think it's good for the city of Tampa to promote that and saying that we're trying to put people first and to be there for everybody, for the middle class, for the working class, for those working hard and trying to get into the working class. I think that's good. So thank you. Appreciate you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. That's a good point about the having to be delinquent on their mortgage, in order to qualify. Is that what I understood, that they have to be delinquent? It's not just about their credit, it's about there might be a late fee, and it's just wasted money that the banks are going to take. So that's number one. Number two, and you just mentioned it now, the fact that we're the only people that do this, the only municipality, is good, because it shows that we're a compassionate city, and I hope it sets an example. I know that other cities might be waiting for their funding, but we jumped right on it, and we were devastated, and many neighborhoods were affected, and we hit the ground running on it, and we've helped, as you mentioned. You call it, owner-occupied rehab, whatever name you want to put it, but you gave specific examples of they were reimbursed, they were able to be helped, it could be 3,000, it could be 1,000, it could be 10,000, but it's make or break for a lot of people. And we've been able to step up to the plate and do it, and I think it's a very good thing. So thank you very much.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work on this and your team. I mean, for the fact that you all are going to be stepping up and taking over to do this last tranche is just commendable. But I do have to ask, the third party that we partnered with, they obviously could not keep their end of the deal. Do we still have to pay them everything we said we were going to pay them? Or are we going to be able to claw some of that money back to help families?
I'm working with Ms. Johns to take a look at that right now.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I think that's one of those things that, that is truly despicable, to take money from us to help people and not be able to do it. So I really do appreciate that. When you have an update, feel free to email us at least, if not, come and let us know, because I think even just during administrator update, I think it's one of those things that saying, hey, we got $100,000 back, and that will be able to help 5 more families, and that is something. So I just want to say thank you for that, because I think that's really important. And when someone doesn't come through, it's important that we don't say, you can just keep the money. It's too important. And I also want to thank the administration for making that 1.8 a solid $2 million. I think that's really phenomenal. Again, that's many more families to help. And then my only other suggestion is, as Councilman Vieira alluded to earlier, the community meetings. Maybe it might be a nice idea to do like another meeting up in North Tampa and another meeting in South Tampa, now that these funds are new. Once you have a system, once you have something that you're ready to stand up, maybe to plan some of those meetings, one in each area, just so people can get help. People can understand. You can have a giant board with those AMIs, just anything like that, that the community can then come, especially if we still have all those funds. That way people can really come and just get that assistance right there. I know that I'd be willing to come and help out, so I think if you let council know about it, we would show up ourselves. So please just consider that. I think the public would be really thankful to be able to come out and do that. And again, it would just be another feather in Tampa's cap, as being the folks who put over $5 million into helping their citizens recover. I just, again, want to thank you and your team and the whole administration for finding that first $3.2 million. And it's just a wonderful benefit.
Councilman Carlson, then we'll move on to new business.
Yeah, thank you also for what you're doing, and thank you to Councilmember Vieira for proposing this idea. I think the reason why we're probably the only one that did it is because it's such a huge problem, and announcing something like this sets high expectation that we can solve a larger problem. There are so many people that have so many needs, and I had a lot of concerns in the beginning that we would be overwhelmed with requests. Part of the reasons is that as you designed at the beginning, it had limitations, but I think it seems like it's worked out okay. It's a symbolic gesture. It also is going to help a lot of families. Unfortunately, the city does not have enough money to solve everybody's issues. FEMA should have done that. And in my opinion, FEMA was horribly mismanaged, and I don't know if they fixed the problems yet, but I had so many people crying and upset. They lost everything. I went to Kathy Castor's office. They went to Laura Lee's office. They went to everybody they could, and FEMA just didn't help them. And just with basic things, some people had success, but many did not. And that was an enormous failure that should have been resolved. But the main thing I want to say is that in South Tampa, in Port Tampa, so south of Gandy, all the way near the original port, all the way down by McDill, there were many families that were hit, and many of those families are, people think everyone in South Tampa is rich, that many of those families are at or below the poverty line. Many of them have owned their homes through multiple generations. There was a historic black community there with the longshoremen, but there are also white families and Hispanic families in that area. But they didn't have insurance because they owned their homes completely. They didn't have a mortgage. And so if there is I somehow missed this, but if there is a requirement that you have to own your own home and have a mortgage and default on it, that's missing all these families. And you know, there's one case in particular, I just saw the lady again last night. She had a 100-year-old historic home. Her home flooded. She lost $50,000 in equipment for her disabled son. She had to carry him up in the rain and storm to the 3rd floor, and she's got nothing from anybody. And so we don't have to talk about that case, but I think you know what I'm talking about. I hope we can resolve her issue to some extent, because that is a case. You know, now she's found out her son has cancer. We need to try to help these families as much as we can. I appreciate what you all are doing. Thank you.
I just did want to clarify, you don't have to have a mortgage on your home to get the funds. We had money if you were delinquent on your mortgage, but you don't have to have a mortgage. You can own it outright. It does have to be homesteaded, clearly. Okay. But
thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of our business. We are moving on to new business. Councilman Carlson.
Can I just mention, I have a couple questions. Zion Cemetery, does somebody have a motion regarding that? You do?
Not a motion, but I saw, it was even reported in the news that the ball is rolling. I don't know, there's 2 properties in question, private property owners, and the administration might be figuring it out, but I don't know for sure. There was something mentioned in the news a few weeks ago, but I don't know the status of it. I'm not making any motion.
It's not in my district, so I haven't made a motion on it, but of course I care about it, and we've all voted to help Zion. But if somebody else makes a motion at some point, I'm happy to support them, or any of the folks who spoke this morning. If you have a proposal for a specific motion, I'm happy to talk to you. The Racial Reconciliation Committee, Councilmember Vieira, you're the one who has created that and led it, and they're asking in the public that we extend their time. Are you going to make a motion?
Yes, sir. And
okay.
I can address that. I was going to do something this evening, but
Okay, I'll let you go with that. I don't want to step on anybody. So, and then Yellow Jackets keep getting mentioned. Is somebody making a motion in that regard?
I am not making a motion, but I did speak to Chief Bennett about it, and he said there was money in the budget. And so I think that that's something that we should probably bring up at the first budget meeting, which is August 4th.
Not enough money to do what we need to do, but there is money.
No, but the money for this year is for planning, is what I was told. But again, that's something that we could ask about specifically during the general fund discussion, which will be the 4th.
So the only motion I'd like to make is, I don't know when, can we put things on October 30th workshop, or is that a single issue?
I don't see why not.
I would just like to make a motion to have a discussion about the possibility of regulating pickleball courts.
Oh, I have a motion actually coming up dealing with that right now.
Okay, I'll let you do it.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot of complaints because people are putting pickleball courts in their backyards, and they're regulated the same way as tennis courts, and they want to.
Yeah, I have a motion for
Okay,
that.
I'll let you go. Thank you.
How did I miss this? Okay. I haven't gotten any of those emails. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. A couple of quick ones, if I may. So I met a very nice woman by the name of Betty Coleman, who was actually the first African-American female firefighter for Tampa Fire Rescue. And I went to this retiree luncheon and had the pleasure of meeting her. And next year is going to be 45 years since she began serving with Tampa Fire Rescue. So I wanted to, on January 8th of next year, present a commendation to her at Tampa City Council. And it's good for the rules. Yes, ma'am. January 8th, if that's okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Unanimous.
Thank you, Council. The next, as I indicated in my report, starting in September, because again, we'll give them time, I want to have a written report from the administration on the special needs internship program, including the number of individuals who are in the program and all efforts that they are making to spend the money that we have appropriated.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you. Then, and this is my motion is, because I want to make sure, because I may not be here on that August meeting, so I do want to bring this up, which is simply a written memo, or strike that, a request for a written memo from the administration to be returned on August 7th on their position on appropriating the funds for the special needs program from the social action section to the general budget. So the request that I got was this, which is you have $100,000 you can spend on this. The internship is $100,000 and it's not in the general budget. That in effect could wipe it out. So it's just a memo, not going to take up any council time, so that at least we can maybe dispose of that and save us time at those hearings, if I may.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Mr. Shelby.
To recognize that it's a 1-week motion.
Is it? Okay, I can, yeah. So thank you for that.
Why don't you just have it at the 11th budget hearing?
Sure.
Even, because if it's written, then you'll still see it.
Written, that's a good idea. So let's do that then, yeah. Yes, thank you.
Can you restate the motion?
Yes, sir. It's a motion to inquire with administration on their position on moving the funding for the special needs internship program from the social action to the general budget on that date, August 11th. Yeah, written.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Yes, sir. Then last one is to have Ms. Feely come on September 8th, I believe it was, the date she said is good, to report on the status of the $2 million in housing assistance, including procedure. What? Okay, man, I'm sorry. 18th, I misheard. Thank you, that's it.
So we have a motion for Ms. Feely to return on September 18th from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Hurtak.
Yes.
Hurtak.
For them to update you on a special needs intern.
Every month, yeah.
Oh, both of them are August 11th.
August 11th.
You had two.
Yeah, and August 11th is a budget workshop, so I think it was August 18th.
Okay,
The one before. Okay.
Or did you, no, you said September. You wanted it to start in September?
No, you said September.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yes. September.
Starting in September. Thank you.
So starting, let's do
First week in September 4th.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, and I have these written for you, Sue Linkson. A motion for the Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee. I made a motion and it was incorrect date. So I'm motion for the Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee to give a 5-minute presentation on September 25th, 2025 during the City Council workshop under commendations and presentations. It was previously scheduled for October 2nd, but we do not have a meeting that day.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, and I have worked with both legal and Ms. Feely and her department on the pickleball question, because I've been hearing about it multiple places as well. So this is what we came up with, and they've all agreed to this. I move to have legal consult with development coordination and come back on October 9th, 2025 for an in-person staff report on any existing codes, provisions, or regulations that affect the city's ability to regulate pickleball courts in residential neighborhoods, include land rights, SB 180, lighting, noise, and TPD noise complaint enforcement.
Could you add, please, to look at the ordinances that other cities have? Apparently other cities regulate it.
Okay, look at
Other major Florida
other
cities regulations.
Florida city regulations.
So can you restate the motion?
Well, I just am adding to also look
I
at
know,
other.
just for the record and clarification.
Well, I have it written.
Okay,
She's going to
okay,
be able to.
Okay, very good.
fix
Okay,
it.
we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. I'm just going to say, I hope you guys have special security from that mafia that represents the pickleball people.
Just for disclosure, my son started the pickleball group at Plant, so he doesn't want any regulation, but
I'm
we
telling
get
you,
too many complaints from this.
it is a cult. Councilman Maniscalco.
I want to wish my mom a belated happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You look fabulous. Okay, I would like two things. One, you probably saw the press about what was happening at the Pet Resource Center for Hillsborough County. I know it's not city, but you know what? It's still our community. For those of you that know, they've resolved some of the issues. They've got a lot of pets in and out of the door. They still have needs. I would urge you, if you have the ability, even small donations like blankets, applesauce, because they make popsicles, make them cold for they freeze them so they keep the dogs cold. And you know, there's other needs. If you want to call them, they also have an Amazon wish list. So if you call them, they'll give you a link to the Amazon wish list, and that is an ongoing thing to help the animals that are out there. Their number is 813-301-7387. Again, 813-301-7387. Needs are great, resources are few, and I'm sure they would appreciate anything you could do. Councilwoman Hurtak?
I think, can you just explain what the issue is? Because you said many people have heard, but what's the issue?
That's true. Well, you know, they don't have air conditioning in these kennels out there. So with this record heat and the heat index, it was really detrimental to the health and well-being of the animals that they have incarcerated at the facilities waiting for homes. Now, thankfully, because of the press that was related to this issue, I did get a text message. They were able to home. I'll give you the statistics. They've had 33 adoptions, 5 returned owners, and 11 fosters and rescue transfers. Dozens of dogs have left to comfortable homes yesterday. It makes me, I actually almost tear up and get goosebumps when I read this. But there's still a lot of dogs out there looking for homes. And their needs are things like broth, pumpkin, you know, for the dogs eat, applesauce for making those popsicles I talked about, soft dog treats, towels and sheets. But again, they have an Amazon wish list as well. Yeah. So if you call them, they'll give you the link. I have the link too for anybody that has access to me that wants me to share the link. I can share it with you.
And I think Mr. Vieira also has an announcement about tomorrow night.
Well, I have one more thing before that.
Oh, okay.
Let me have one more thing and then I'll let that. So sitting in the audience, in our vast audience of millions, I have my aide, Tim Heberlein, which welcome back. He just came back after lunch from cruising the Caribbean. And thank you, Kelly, Lynn Hurtak's aide, for assisting me and Darlene while he was absent. It was flawless, and Kelly's always goes above and beyond, so I really appreciate that. She does. But sitting next to Tim, if y'all recognize Leo Molina, he has been our intern in our office, and I just wanted to say, recognize Leo for, I mean, he's worked. I mean, Tim has been cracking the whip. He's been really working. He's arranged a lot of the meetings that I've had with the constituents, our town halls, and me getting out into the neighborhood associations and doing that arrangement, which is not an easy job. So yeah, he's really been working it, and it's been a joy having him in the office. And it's interesting because he's not in college. He's going to be on his way. Leo, would you like to talk and tell us about your experience at City Hall and what your plans are?
Yeah, sure. You know, it's been an honor working here. Last time it came up, you know, I've said, you know, my thoughts on it, like, you know, working in local politics, you know. I know the hurricane season's coming up, so I'm kind of glad I didn't get to work there, but, you know. But yeah, like.
So where are you going?
What?
What are you gonna do after this?
After this, well, first of all, I have to go back to school, you know. I have to go back to school shopping, and then I'm gonna, like, big plans are, you know, apply to colleges, major in political science, yeah. But, you know, public service is something that, working here is something that's interested in me, so, you know, I'll look into it, you know.
Very nice. Well, don't be a stranger. And why don't you say, I said your name, but you need to say your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Leonardo Molina.
Very good. Well, it's been a pleasure having you in the office.
Yes.
I know Tim has enjoyed your company. We've enjoyed your actually meaningful assistance to the office. It's very, very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me here.
And thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak, for that. So tomorrow evening, we're having our annual karaoke smackdown battle at Forest Hills at the Babes of Harrius. And it begins at 6 o'clock, and it's always a great time. And something that I was going to suggest is that Councilman Carlson mentioned that the PBA is doing fundraising for the family of the officer that was shot, that we could have like a bowl there or whatever, a jar or whatever, for folks to give money or contribute online. Yeah, yep, that's it. I'm not good with technology, but it's always a good time and everything. And Councilman Maniscalco is actually a good singer. You are. You're pretty good. No, you have a lovely voice. So it's always a good time. So, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Along with that, is there maybe a way that we could collect for the Pet Resource Center?
Yeah, possibly.
Pumpkin, applesauce.
That's true.
And a
Yeah,
QR code?
Anybody wants to bring any of that stuff
can do
there,
both.
we'll collect it and make sure that it gets to the proper place. And you know, you're correct that Councilman Maniscalco is an outstanding singer. On the other end of the spectrum is Councilman Luis Vieira. I would suggest bringing earplugs.
No.
Oh, earmuffs. Yeah. Or drink heavily. I don't.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Carlson.
I think also we ought to have a special call workshop on decorum to try to convince the chair to call us by our correct names.
What do you call him?
Good luck.
He calls me Miranda. He calls you Miranda, and then he calls Miranda.
Good luck with that.
I don't know, but he continuously calls me councilman, so.
You know, that's actually in some places that's protocol. But if it makes you feel any better, I still call my daughter my sister's name. I call my son. I'm not good at it. Councilman, I'm sorry, Lawyer Shelby.
Thank you. Just a reminder for the public, I know council knows this, but you have a 501 meeting tonight.
We do.
But you have the first of two special call budget workshops. The next time the city council will be meeting after tonight's meeting will be Monday, the 4th of August at 1 p.m. here. And then you have the second special call workshop at 9 a.m. and you set the stormwater discussion relative to the budget at 5:01. So I want the public to be aware of that. And so after tonight, you'll be back here on Monday.
All right, move to receive and file.
We have a motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. See you guys tonight.